This conference will now be recorded.
All right, welcome everyone. Today is September 3rd, 2024. It is now 3:54 p.m. and we're having an early start to our Heber City Council work meeting. I want to welcome everyone that's here as well as online, and also welcome our city council members that are in attendance. We have Scott Phillips, Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Cheatwood, and now Mike Johnston, who is here in the chamber. I want to welcome you. I'm Mayor Heidi Franco. The first agenda item today is the Heber City Wellbeing Survey results that's presented from our esteemed colleague, Dr. Courtney Flint from USU. So everyone, just a quick introduction before she dives in. She's getting all arranged here. This was a free survey to the city. And when I looked at the questions, I thought they were very appropriate for what we wanted to find out from our own citizens. And Midway did it too. There's differences between us and Midway, but we're very excited to have you here and really appreciate the work you've done to help us understand our citizens' needs better. Thank you, Dr. Flint.
Well, thank you, Mayor Franco, and all of you. Thanks for having me here today. It's wonderful to be back in Heber. I did some survey work with Heber City about 10 years ago, a water survey, and so it's really good to be back. So yes, thank you for giving me a little bit of time on your agenda to present some of the findings from your well-being survey. So again, I'm Courtney Flint. I'm a professor in the Department of Environment and Society at Utah State University. So a little bit of background to some of our goals for this project. First and foremost, it's really about acting out our land grant mission as Utah State University and making sure that we work in service to the people of the state. And so we are working to gather information across the cities. We've worked with 49 cities so far this year. We're adding one more here this fall. So 50 cities and towns, and to bring you a little bit more insights into the perspectives of your residents on their well-being and other local perspectives. This does support our research on well-being at the community level. We are also engaging in collaboration with various regional and statewide efforts with health departments, with UDOT, with the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, and other initiatives as we find synergistic sort of points with the data. So here's our map. So we are all around the state. And we are so pleased to have Heber as part of the project. Oops, let's see, let me go back. How do I go back here? There we go. So our report, the report that I'm going to present on today, is available online for anyone to see. So if you go just Google Utah Wellbeing Project or survey, you'll get right into it and go to the survey results, and Heber's results are right there. So anyone can actually dig into the results themselves. So this was an online survey. We conducted this in the spring, early spring, I think, for Heber we did. It was a no-cost partnership with Heber City. We conducted the survey, and you guys led the way with advertising and recruiting people. You did an incredible job with 437 surveys that were completed and received. You guys used social media, email, and the city website, and that's a terrific response rate. So just in terms of who did we hear from? We like to be very transparent about this, who we heard from and who we didn't. And we compare to the American Community Survey census estimates for your community. Those are a little delayed and they are an estimate, so it's always never quite sure what we're comparing to, but it's the best marker we have to compare our respondents and their demographics to what the census tells us is going on in Heber. Now, you guys are changing rapidly, so some of these numbers may be moving, but for the most part, we did receive, was mostly full-time residents that participated, average length of residence about 19 years. About a quarter have lived in that's a mistake, should say Heber City, 5 years or less. And the survey generally underrepresents a couple of groups. You know, those who are in that youngest age bracket, we always have trouble getting to the 18 to 29-year-olds. Those without a college degree, you can also see it, we missed it up here, those who are married were more represented than those who are not married. Those who are Hispanic or Latino, also somewhat underrepresented. Income levels, though, are very strongly represented, very closely represented, and all the other age groups, the employment kind of perspectives there as well. Um, so if we get right into the results, we're asking about overall personal well-being. Now, we define in our project well-being as everything that makes up a good life. This is a definition that goes all the way back to Aristotle and the ancient Greeks. So we take a very open and inclusive definition, and we believe that everybody has their own bundle of things that makes up their well-being. So we really leave that to be flexible and open to interpretation. So we have a question: how would you rate your overall personal well-being? And Heber falls just above the average for the rural hub and resort and traditional rural communities cluster. Now, this cluster that we have you in is the Utah League of Cities and Towns cluster group based on data from a few years ago. I think they're trying to redo some analysis to see about the clusters. You could probably easily fall in that rapid growth cities cluster as well. But nevertheless, we've kept you here in the rural hub and resort and traditional rural communities group. You can see in the statewide report where the other groups are on there and be able to compare with other groups. So this is great. 77% saying that their personal well-being is a 4 or a 5 on a 5-point scale. That's really quite excellent. Community well-being, we sort of ask, how would you rate overall well-being in Heber? This is an indicator that is always lower than the personal well-being. For every city, we see this drop down. So I wouldn't be alarmed. You're right there at the average of this group, with 52% saying a 4 or a 5. What we also do is then we break well-being down into a number of different categories. We call them domains. This is built off of the EPA's well-being index, the OECD countries, international and national metrics of well-being. It's kind of grown over time. And so we look at not only how do people rate their well-being, but also how important these things are. As I said, different people will have different bundles. Different communities have different bundles of things that make up the general well-being. And you can see here that some of the most important domains are mental health, safety and security, physical health, living standards. They're very tightly clustered. So also in there is connection with nature and family life. And we also see the highest rated domains are very similar. Many of those same things: safety and security, family life, mental health, connection with nature. We do have what we call the red zone, and these are things that have a little bit higher importance but a little lower than average rating. We call this the red zone. These and for Heber, local environmental quality landed in this zone as something that perhaps is something that's important to folks that could be worth some attention. It's something people are perhaps clamoring for a little more attention, or it's just really a point of great interest for your residents. The other thing that we've learned over the years, we've been doing these surveys since 2019, and we have found that community connection is a very important variable. It's really highly correlated with other measures of well-being. So we asked people, how connected do you feel to Heber as a community? And you're really in the middle range on this. And this can be affected by a variety of things. I noted that your average length of residence was about 19 years. That's actually quite low compared to many other cities. So some of your newcomers, you do have a quarter, 26% of your respondents have lived here 5 years or less. They may not have had time to really make those connections in the community. And so that's something that we do find is quite important with folks. It does appear to be quite highly correlated with overall well-being, personal well-being, and also with mental health. With those who indicate they're highly connected are the same ones who have high levels of mental health or high levels of personal well-being. So that's an important thing there. We do put some resources on our website for, a lot of cities will say, well, that's interesting, but how do we build community connection if it's so important? And so we try to provide those resources, and we are continually trying to update those things. And USU Extension actually is another great source of some help to try to, enrich those community connections over time.
Dr. Flint,
Yes.
can you do a crosstabs analysis of these ratings compared to the income or the age also?
We can,
for the
and we have done
residency?
some of that. I just looked at this for Heber. I just had a student send it to me this morning, and across age, interestingly enough, not a whole lot of statistical difference across age levels, but across income, it is a statistically significant and quite a linear relationship.
So lower
Higher levels of income.
not as connected, and
Yeah.
obviously maybe mental health rating is down, but the
Yeah.
higher income feel more connected and so forth.
We are working on a full demographic analysis. We wanted to get the reports out to the cities, and then the demographic analysis, as you can imagine, we could slice and dice this data from here to, 10 Christmases from now. So we are working on that, and we will send you a separate demographic report when we get all those things fine-tuned. Look at length of residence, look at religion. That's a very important variable in Heber, actually. Those who are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints have higher levels of community connectedness, and that's not uncommon. We find that in other places as well, versus those who have another religion or those who do not consider themselves to be religious. That's a very big stair steps for community connection. Probably the most influential variable for Heber, actually, if I think about the data. But we'll send you a composite report on the demographics. We're just kind of getting undergrads doing bits and pieces, and we have to pull that together.
Thank you.
Sure. So the other thing we asked about was recreation and nature-based activities. So we first asked about, have you participated in any of these activities during the past 12 months? You have a very active community, or at least the respondents that participated, with lots of people walking and biking, very high proportion of people that attend a community event, and using the trails, gardening, recreating in parks, and non-motorized recreation. But we can also see that participation in these kinds of activities is highly correlated with measures of well-being, with community connection in some cases, and in many cases, with physical and sometimes mental health. So particularly if you look at their recreating in parks, right? Those who do recreate in parks have higher personal and community well-being scores, higher community connection, and higher physical health. This is a really important indicator. It means you're doing a great job with your parks development there. Your community events are influencing community well-being and community connection. Participation in city rec programs is statistically more likely to influence that sense of community connection. So right there, that shows that that's really having a value to those people who are doing that. So another thing we've done with the survey, and this is something the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget is very interested in, is looking at growth and how do people feel about growth. So we asked people, how would you describe the current rate of population growth in Heber? And Heber is tied with Saratoga Springs for the highest proportion of people who say population growth is too fast. So you're right up there, and not surprising given that your population growth rate from 2010 to 2020 was almost 50%. That's really quite high. You're in the very, very high category of growth there, and so you do have people that are a little grumbly about the population growth.
Did you do a study on St. George? It would be interesting because Washington County.
We did a survey with St. George in 2019. They have not wanted to participate since, but we also, we did have Ivans pretty near to St. George, and they are, I don't think I have the statewide one, but you could look on the statewide report. They're very high as well. And Utah County as well. But they're a little more of that urban sprawl. Washington County is a good place to see comparisons, I think, with communities your side. Very different from, say, a Moab or a Vernal or those kinds of hubs communities. You guys are really growing fast, and my experience have been for quite some time. Yeah. Okay. We also asked, how would you describe the current pace of economic development? And here we get a little bit more of a mix. We still have just under half saying too fast. And that is quite in line with other places. Is tied with Park City there. Springdale comes in a little bit higher even. So you had 49% saying economic growth is too fast, but you do have About 22% saying it's too slow and 20% saying it's just right. So there are some mixed opinions out there on this economic growth question, as I'm sure you know. So here you can sort of see, I've got this statewide comparison. So there's Heber there, but you can see with the rapid growth cities, you're right up there with Ivins, Levi, Saratoga Springs, Spanish Fork, some of those communities in terms of on the high end of people thinking that even economic growth is too fast. So this year we gave people an opportunity to say, okay, what's going on here? So if they said too slow, we asked them to share a little bit more on what is too slow. What would you like to see more of? And those folks said, well, we'd really like some, more opportunities for employment. We'd love some new restaurants. We'd love some more shopping opportunities. And we want to make sure that we have the infrastructure, particularly the roads was the big thing for Heber, that can keep up with the have the capacity to handle what's going on. So not everything were they saying was too slow, but certain aspects were on their minds. By far, the more people said too fast, and many of them, as you can see, most people did give us a comment there. They'll say things like the development, the housing are really too fast, and then they'll say accompanying that rapid development, they're concerned about the lack of infrastructure, particularly water, the loss of green and open space. Many mentioned sort of a change in that small town feel, which, as I'll point out, is something they highly value. They're seeing a change in the community character that does trouble some of them. They're concerned about the rapid pace of the increase in the cost of living, so affordability, not unique to Heber. This is statewide. We're hearing this. This is not something that's unique. And they have pointed to a lack of planning. That's a perception, but perhaps a point of communication on any of these findings. It's often an opportunity to say, well, here's a perceived lack of something, but here's actually what we're doing, and to actually find a way to connect the dots with the perceptions and make some alignment there between all the work you're doing and what people are thinking. So in terms of concerns, we have this list of concerns that's grown over the years as we've had cities give us things they'd like to see on the list, and then others say, yes, please, we'd like to ask that too. And so this has really been kind of a crowdsourced list of concerns over the last 5 years. Top of the charts is traffic for you, and I think you're the only community to have traffic on the top of the concerns list, but followed closely by water supply and open space and green space. You've got another bundle there that are right up quite high, including public safety, air quality, and water quality. Water quality has zoomed way up and is really high compared to 10 years ago when we did survey work, even in Heber. Water quality was not really on the radar, but it really is now. And so something we're quite interested in doing some follow-up work on. Affordable housing, that's high everywhere. Recreation opportunities and opportunities for youth, and then trails and paths. The recreation opportunities, well, particularly the opportunities for youth, is a concern that's particularly high in the rural and rural hub communities. It's definitely something on the minds. You're not alone in having that, fairly high on the list of concerns.
Dr. Courtney?
Yes, of course.
Did you see any other city that had these same issues this high? But then do you see other communities being in the 90 and high 80% range like this?
Traffic is often high in the fairly rapidly growing places. It's definitely high. Haven't seen it at the top, but it's often in the top 4 or 5. Water supply is the top of the charts almost everywhere.
Okay.
So statewide, if we aggregate all the data, so water supply is number 1, and so it is very high. This does not look that different from other places. You do have open space and green spaces in the top 3, and I'm not sure if there's another community that has it. It might be in the top 10, but you actually have that quite high. I think it's something that your residents have a great deal of value and love for, is kind of that open space. They have a strong connection with nature here. So,
do you see, though, other cities putting this many that high in the 80 and 90% range?
I can't say that I have all of the cities' concern charts embedded in my brain,
Oh,
but it's
no,
something I would be glad to check on and get back to you and see if you have any sort of sister cities that have some
Right.
of the similar things going on, because that can be a nice point of communication to see what other people are doing and how they're coping with some things. So that exchange is something we want to facilitate. So I'll definitely follow up on that.
I guess I'm asking that because I rarely see 91% agree on anything.
I
You know what
know.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or 85 or 84% agree on anything. And I'm like, wow, those are so high.
Yeah.
Is that just common to see that
It's
much
high.
agreement?
It is high.
It seems extremely
I,
high.
I don't, well, we often get the highest concerns are in the 70s and 80s,
Yeah,
but
that would
that's
be regularly
particularly
high.
high.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's so extremely high that I'm really surprised it has gone that high for those particular issues. So,
Yeah, and one of the things that we do with this survey, some cities have been actually doing this for the last 4 years or 5 years in a row. Well, the last time we did it was 2 years ago, but
mhm.
since 2019, and then they can see the changes. So if we're able to find the funding and keep this project going for a survey in 2026, then you would be able to sort of see the changes with some of the things that you're working on as a council.
Thank you.
Yeah. Almost done. So the UDOT added a number of questions to the survey this year. So across the board, you have everybody's using a personal car. Well, no kidding, because you have traffic problems is something you knew. You also have a fair few walkers, people who are using their feet to get from one place to another. It's not particularly high, but it is important to some people. If we ask people what would you like to see sort of attention in terms of transportation, they will say improving road surfaces and enhancing safety at the top. But more trails and improving walkability is important to more than half of folks here. So that is something that stands out. We asked people what the barriers to travel were, and very similar to other cities and very similar proportions, travel time and cost end up being the higher ones, but they're not off the charts. Um, we asked about the frequency of Heber residents traveling to other cities for various activities, friends and family, eating out, and groceries for about 3/4 of the folks is something that takes them out at least sometimes, at least once a month. But very few are in that darkest purple of more than once a week, which is very different from other rural communities where people are having to leave their community on a very regular basis for daily needs. So I think it's important to look at the gradations in the colors there to sort of see that, you have a lot more of the sometimes once a month than perhaps a lot more of the rural communities. You see a lot more dark purple.
Are we abnormal in that 41% for traveling outside for work, that purple section for work?
No, that's actually quite common. It was interesting across the board in the survey. And I think part of that's because we have a lot of retired folks doing the survey. So remember, this is everybody. If we controlled for employment, we would see that number higher, right? So this is still just the aggregate. So when we have the demographic analysis and we can zoom in on those who are employed, we're going to be able to tell you a little bit more specifically what's happening in that work category. We asked people what they value most about living and working in Heber, and across the board, this gives you a little bit of a word picture, but nature, open space really came out clearly in the open comments, and lots of people participated in the open comments, like literally like 60-70%, which is unheard of in survey research. So people are really eager to share their opinions, and we had 6 open-ended questions, if depending on how you answered 2 of them, and people kept going with the comments. Really quite impressive. Small town feel is something very important across most Utah communities, even the very quite urban ones, surprisingly. But Heber has it in spades. Really value that. The town character and the location. People really appreciate kind of that macro location and where they are in the bigger picture. When asked about what could be done to improve well-being in Heber, we did get a lot about transportation. So there were mixed perspectives on the Heber bypass. So it was difficult to sort of see exactly where the balance was on that. It was kind of mixed. But other transportation issues, particularly road conditions and traffic, as we saw with that concern being the number one. And then just generally hoping to sort of address in some way that growth and development and to try to maintain that small town feel, maintain that character of the community. So I'll stop there. There is a lot more. There's more in the report, and I have provided to the mayor all of the open comments, pages and pages and pages of them. I presume that you've probably seen those comments.
I'm only about halfway through the 70 pages and I wanted to read it, but I'm ready to
Yeah,
send it
and
out
that's
too.
something we don't share on the website with the general public. We make sure that that goes just to the city. We do use them for research, but in aggregate, we don't really highlight too many singular quotes. But they're there for you to absorb and think about. We've tried to organize them by the kind of general themes, but that's only quite loose. So there's a lot of rich quotes. A lot of people are talking about more than one thing. So we just try to grab what's dominant or what comes first. But there's a lot to that. But it's been a real pleasure to work with Heber this year. And as I said, if we can secure the funding to keep this going, I would love to have you participate in 2026. That way you'll be able to see some of the changes. You can see what's stable and what's fluctuating. You might look at a couple other cities. I mean, Park City just up the road, you can see their change statistics and what those look like if you jump into their report. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
One quick one. How did people get the survey?
Yeah,
Did
so
or did they pass it to their friends and neighbors?
social media and emails and the website were the primary ways that the survey was advertised by the city. From there, we expect plenty of word of mouth, probably, took people on to some, wherever they got the link. We tracked those responses for you, and I can't honestly remember what was your most successful. I should have looked before I came.
The reason I ask is
The emails,
The
if
city
there's a
website.
targeted email.
The city website, and we embedded the link,
okay.
Yeah.
and then they just clicked on it, went to it.
The reason I ask is I got it twice by text message, and
Okay.
both times
Oh,
it was
text, okay.
yeah, and both times there were comments about make sure you say that you want open space and that traffic's a problem in the text message. So I wonder if part of our direction had to do with who got a
It
hold of
could
that.
well be, and something that becomes out of my control once that, and I should make a comment about our approach to this. We operate on an absolute shoestring budget, and my staff are all undergraduate students. So we can't go in and very carefully do a representative sample and that kind of more scientific approach. Partnership is about the best way we have. A lot of cities like it because everybody gets a chance to participate, but you do get things like this where some sort of leading kind of piece gets kind of circulating through a community on a particular issue, and that is a drawback of this approach. Interestingly enough, I gave, especially all the returning cities, I gave everybody the opportunity to work with me on more of a sample-based approach or to compare what it would be like, and no city took me up on it because all the cities wanted everybody to have a chance to participate, but it does come with some costs.
Okay, we have a council member online that I think wants to ask you some questions. So Yvonne, go ahead now.
Hi, how are you? I didn't have a chance to hear the first of the message, but I did have a question. Was this put out to all of Heber Valley, including Midway and like a Wasatch County, or just within Heber city limits?
So Heber City and Midway were both city partners on the project. So they each led advertising for their communities. And the first question is really, are you a full or part-time resident of Heber City or of Midway City? It wasn't something that was available to those more broadly, but it doesn't mean that they didn't take the survey if they lived outside of the city limits.
We had 97% that said they
Yes.
were full-time.
97% said they were full-time residents of Heber City. But we also do have Midway, and I'm headed there right after this to present their results. So you can find their results online.
Yvonne, did you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Mike and Scott.
Something that would be
Scott and
helpful
Mike.
for us would be questions like, would you accept higher density if open space can be protected? Or, those type of questions, because
Yeah,
none of these are like, it's not just an island.
absolutely.
It's funny to me how many people here are saying, open space, open space, open space. We're surrounded by 3 state parks that have thousands of acres of open space that'll never be developed ever.
Right.
We have more than most communities in the state.
Yeah, and they certainly value it. When you ask them what do they value the open space. Some of that's a perception, right, and a fear factor. I think we can absolutely ask questions like that. Every city has an opportunity to add some of their own questions. A lot of times cities that participate the first time kind of think, oh, I wish we'd have asked this and this and this. Well, if we do this again in 2 years, you can absolutely ask
Here's
those
a
kinds
great
of questions.
question. If your water system has to be replaced on your block, would you prefer 20 families to pay for it or 50 families to pay for it?
Right, and that gets back to the growth question and the housing question. No, it's,
Thank you for doing this.
of course, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thanks for doing this. I'm trying to figure out the demographics on page 5 and how to read that, because you've got 2 dots and I don't know, is the green dot this survey for Heber,
Yep.
Utah Wellbeing Survey estimates?
Yeah, estimates is maybe a funny word. That is the percentage of the survey respondents that had that demographic category.
Green dot is
The green
Heber
dot's
City.
the survey, and the purple dot is what the census tells us is in the city.
Oh, okay. So looking at adult females,
Yeah, we had more females did the survey than males.
70 or 65% took the survey. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah. So more females took the survey than males. More folks with a college degree took the survey than those who do not have a college degree, at least according to what the census tells us is in the community.
Okay. Oh, so that's how you tell how close it is to a statistically accurate. Like looking at age 60 to 69, way more people took the survey that were 60 to 69 than percentage in our city.
That's right. And we highlight those that are more than 15% off.
Yeah, if they're close, then they're right on top of each other.
That's right. So on income, for example, you can see that we did get a few more of those who make $150,000 or more than the census tells us are in Heber, right? But not 15% different,
Yeah.
which we do see in some communities. But yeah.
Great. Any other
The
questions,
additional
Sid?
stuff you'll send over, sorry, Sid. Did you have a way to break between 1 and 2 income or 1 and multiple incomes?
No, we don't have a way to do that in the survey. It's a good question. It's something that could be asked in the future survey.
So shout out to USU, go Aggies.
Go
I'm an
Aggies.
Aggie. Yeah, this is great. Again, it would be good, I don't know how you can do it, to survey everyone. It's really hard to do, I understand.
Yeah.
Right now, it seems like what Scott said, more retired people did the survey because they have more free time. So again, hopefully we can come back in 26 and redo this and come with our own questions that council has concern with, and hopefully we can get those answered. But this is a great survey, and it helps us, it guides us. So thank you.
Good. I'm glad you find it useful. The one thing we've been working on just literally in the last week is length of residence. And I don't have Heber's results yet, but statewide and in a couple of communities that asked for this a couple of weeks ago, we saw that we cut it off at year 5 years or less. We're actually finding that the threshold looks like it might be 10 years. And then those who have lived here 10 years or more in some communities, again, I don't know about Heber yet, but they have a different perspective on a number of things, concerns and well-being and community connection and growth and all these sorts of things. So we early on thought that 5 years was that dividing line, but I think it's 10.
And we can get as detailed, again,
Yeah.
you have a limited resources, but yeah, it would be nice to break it down somehow to try to figure that out.
Yep, and we'll get you that demographic report, and it'll still be just scraping the top of the surface. So when you have specific things you want us to run, it's great to have those, because we're not quite sure what anyone wants to see. And when we get a targeted request, then I've got a data analyst who will just dive right in and get it. He'll make a graph for you and send it to you. So we can certainly respond to specific queries as well.
Hopefully we can do it in 26.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah, lobby your legislators.
I say, do you need letter support?
We do,
Go
actually.
ahead, Mike.
I really like the well-being parts. I like to see that people are generally feel like they're doing well.
Yeah.
You know, like 5% are the bottom, you know, the bottom two, which I'm happy about that.
Exactly. I think there are a lot of things to be quite pleased
I also
about.
like the participation in recreation and nature base, but I do think, I think the questions should be more in the past 1 month than 12 months.
Probably.
12 months is, oh, I walked last year. I rode my bike once. I'd like to really see I think that's more of, do you do this more regularly, like at least once a month?
And that's
Yeah.
getting into the details.
And we do get a seasonal effect. So depending on when we do it, if we do it in the winter, we're going to get different responses than if we did in the summer. And some communities started in February and some started in April. And so this is kind of how we can generalize, but I completely take your point.
Well, thank you again for all this work on behalf of our city and Utah. Tomorrow, Dr. Flint is going to be presenting her statewide analysis at the ULCT conference, and I'm really looking forward to that, to hear how we compare, right, to others. So good luck with that, and good luck with your trip tonight to Midway and West Bountiful.
Thank you so much for having me, and best wishes to y'all. And I maybe see you down the road tomorrow. So take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you've got the comments you can send to us.
Yes. Okay, we're ready to move on now to our next agenda item on the work meeting, and this is a Crossings Resort annexation discussion. Tony Kohler, I'll let you take that away, please.
We have Neil and City Office here. Okay. Yeah, if we can.
I'm gonna go see.
If we can just wait a moment, council.
While they're coming in, Tony, and I gave Matt the feedback already too. I really appreciated the level of detail in the staff report on this. It was great to have the different sections and to remind us of what we have and haven't done before. So I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I'll tee it up and then I'm gonna turn the time over to Jeremy. If I can invite a couple of the petitioners who are gonna be involved in this discussion to be here at the table so council can ask questions. We've got some policy issues that council needs to talk about, and we need you up here to be able to answer questions. Okay, so I'll just tee this up really quick. Harvest Village is the development that's part of Crossings Resort annexation. We've had this annexation underway for several years. Councils generally express support of this completing and coming into the city. Harvest Village represents one of the petitioners that we would have called resort in the past. We have Heiner property that is a petitioner, or in other words, someone who signed the petition and said we want to be annexed. And then finally, we have the Crossings. Crossing is represented here in the back of the room. Resort or the Harvest Village is Neil, and who else we got here? Oh, this side of the room, I guess. Okay, thank you. I don't know if we've got Heiners here, but over the last several weeks, we've been working on moving forward with the development agreement. As a reminder, the Crossings and the resort both have development agreements with the county. The county's development agreement has more density than currently permitted by current zoning in the county. Neil's group is proposing to kind of meet a little bit less than that, and but still a little bit more than what the city zone would have. The annexation is near the end of the process.
Tony, I'm so sorry. On
Does it
our
need to be
agenda,
shared?
no, on our agenda information, the slide you just showed, it was cut off at the bottom. And I wanted to see what you were saying about the more density between, no, back up on slide 7,
Oh,
please.
okay.
That part was cut off at the bottom.
Oh my
Do you see how
goodness.
it's cut off?
Oh my goodness.
Is there any way to see what that is there?
Yes, I can. Looks like it's one ERU. Yeah.
What's the category? It says city zoning, and then
Yeah.
what's below that? It says city zoning ERU? Is that what it says?
Yeah, it does. And
And then what does it say below that?
I don't know. If you can give me a couple of minutes after I tee
Fine,
this up, I
fine.
will find that PowerPoint
Oh,
and get you
there
that
you go.
answer.
Thank you.
We're nearing the end of the process. We've already held a public hearing, but council indicated that you wanted to hold another public hearing. So tonight, we wanted to go over some of the big policy issues that are in the development agreement. We're going to start with what we perceive as probably the biggest one, and that is the bypass. We had intended to move to a public hearing on September 17th. So the other question is, are you ready to proceed to that? This annexation does have a handful of non-petitioners. So in other words, people who are being proposed to be brought into the city. And as a property owner, they haven't consented to that. That's okay. State code provides a formula for that. And this annexation meets that. But one of the questions that you'll have at the public hearing is, you're going to have some people who say, I don't want to come in. And, the question that you're going to need to think about is, do you want to bring them in? With that, I'll turn the time over to Jeremy, who's going to walk us through these policy issues. And I think we're going to start with the.
Yeah, so I think the first issue that in our mind as we've been going through this, and I've told you this a number of times before, is the bypass road. Obviously, there's concerns about how this development would impact 2 of the 5 options on the bypass road. We have them up here. We've gotten some feedback from council in the past. The developer and I think some of the council members have had conversations with UDOT about those options, and may have had a change of mind or different perspective. So I think to us, the most important first initial question is, where is the council currently at on the bypass road? The developer has proposed language that was in the agreement. Staff has come up with some potential alternative language, which I believe all the council members have seen. Tony, I don't know if we can pull that up as well to get that. Well, that's their language. Do we have that, the language?
If you go to 5.2 on ours, you can at least see our proposed, and then we can.
Yeah, and then we can. So essentially their proposal would be, I think it's 6.2. There we go. So what the developer is proposing would essentially be a moratorium on the city issuing building permits or any permits until at least April 1st, 2025. So that would give UDOT some time to at least consider this. But beginning on April 1st, 2025, the city would then start issuing building permits. Those would include building permits for their entire project. So both the townhomes, the hotel, the commercial. Obviously, there's some concern about the impacts on the potential bypass options. I mean, to be blunt, in my opinion, the further they get along in this project, the less likely it is UDOT's going to consider that alternative, and certainly the less likely it is that they would choose that alternative. UDOT's made it clear that their initial evaluation doesn't look at that necessarily, doesn't look at, how expensive is this going to be? They look at the best alternatives and come back and say the best alternatives. From a practical standpoint, if they have fully developed this project and UDOT goes in and says, now we need to rip down, 100 brand new townhomes and a brand new hotel, is that feasible? Probably not. So, there is that consideration certainly. But there's a lot of alternative considerations as well about, this is whether or not we do want to move forward this, whether or not this could potentially impact UDOT's decision to move more quickly on their decision. So there's a lot of questions and concerns that we kind of need feedback from the council. This is a critical issue to the developer. I think Neil can talk to their group, but what they have expressed to us is essentially our proposed language, which would essentially give UDOT up to 3 years to make this decision and acquire their property is not something that their group is able to live with.
So where's our proposed language?
Tony, I sent an email today. Sorry, I meant to. Yeah. And I've sent it to all the council members. I apologize. I thought.
No, did you have proposed language for the whole thing or just for this bypass
Just for this.
part?
Sorry. Okay.
Up here has some modifications already from Jerry.
Really?
There are some
Is there any way to pull up his email, Tony?
I've got the one that was sent.
So if you want, I can go through it real quick. And so our language would basically say that their vesting doesn't occur until one of three things. UDOT releases a draft EIS for the Heber Valley that does not include the preferred alternative that goes through their property. Then they would vest. UDOT releases a draft EIS for the Heber Valley corridor, and UDOT has not initiated the process to acquire the property or portion of their property within 90 days of releasing the draft EIS. So in other words, UDOT chooses this alternative that would include their property. UDOT would then have 90 days to initiate a condemnation action or initiate the purchase of their property. Our UDOT has not released a draft EIS on or before August 1st, 2017. Sorry, here we go. So that was just kind of our brainstorming. That gives UDOT some time. Again, I know that doesn't correspond with the developer's timing on this project necessarily, but this is certainly a decision that we need to resolve at this point. Obviously, if it's just not feasible for the developer and the council to come to consensus on what this language should be, it's probably tough to get over this one. I think almost everything else in both the crossings development and their development is a negotiation point. This one, I think, is a little more significant. So,
Jeremy, did UDOT look at this language?
no, we have not sent this to UDOT.
Has UDOT had any other ideas on these ideas or plans? I mean, I would like any updates if anybody knows of them.
So, Neil, you went down and met with UDOT. Can you talk about your discussions there so we understand what their perspective is and what they told you, if that's okay? You don't have to, unless it is.
New microphone. We can never hear it, but
Yeah, hopefully.
I'll talk. And in fact, Mayor, to your question, I was on the phone with Craig Hancock an hour ago, speaking with him on this.
Okay.
So we're trying to do all that we can to help disseminate this information forward. So to answer your question, we first went down there with Mike and had a good meeting. We then, when we were here in the council chamber last, were asked hey, could you expand off your proposed language? Could you guys do a moratorium on your permits or building or anything further? And our response is, we don't know. We need to go talk to UDOT. We need to understand what land acquisition looks like on their side, okay? So we met with Craig Hancock and two of his colleagues who handle land acquisition. And there were a couple of points that came from it. And I'll just kind of go through some of these. First, UDOT's developer friendly and they want to see, they want to see development and economic benefit in their regions. Right? Craig was adamant about that. He also said it is not their position to legally review or input on contracts outside of their own, right? And so he said, it's not my place to jump in here. Then went into a couple things that we thought were just a little bit more germane. The first was Craig has a job to create an EIS. And that EIS has 1,000 inputs on it that we have to consider. This is one of them. So he said, whether you build, annex, don't build, don't annex, it likely doesn't affect the decision that I make when I give an alternative route that we're looking for. And then the most germane thing that we got was his comment around time horizons and evaluation, okay? So if we all sat here and contemplated and said, UDOT's made a decision and they put dirt in the ground tomorrow, that time horizon's very small. A lot of things aren't going to change. But his comment on, we go through an EIS, then we have to go raise funds, then we have to go start development. That long time horizon, a lot of things happen in that. It might be new vested rights, might be new development, it might be a lawsuit, it might be we found an endangered species or some ancient remains that we have to move around. But what he gave us was this comfort on the act of reevaluation is actually more common than the act of not having a reevaluation because of the long time horizons here. And so when we looked at that, even if they chose an alternative route that impacted our property, the opportunity for a reevaluation was one that he said he is very comfortable with and would, almost expect. So that was the last conversation. That was then what we had, which is why we proposed the language that you now see in there. I went to
Your language or his language?
our language.
Your language.
Our language, okay? They, with corridor preservation, there's no negotiation. It's a voluntary action that we would take to come to UDOT and say, we'd like to sell you our land. What they do then is they get a third-party appraisal, and whatever that appraisal comes in is what they're willing to offer. There's not a dollar more, not a dollar less. The alternative is eminent domain, right? Condemnation, which I think we all understand. That becomes a negotiation between hopefully willing parties to negotiate the value of this land. And so as they don't have a decision right now, we're left with, if we were to do corridor preservation right now, that wouldn't necessarily make sense for us and probably even for them at this point in time. So we're left leaving language around eminent domain as our best alternative, and that is why we have language like that in the development.
Tony, could you pull that email back up again, just so we can compare what we have in front of us on the staff report, your language versus this language from Jeremy? So, thank you. So, it's basically waiting until the EIS is done, Jeremy, or to 2027, or April,
Yeah.
basically.
So, and the way that we looked at, and so I called Craig. I understand the council has concern and staff have concerns around this, right? So Andy and I are trying to do our part to disseminate this down and give you guys as much information as we can. It's helpful for us, it's helpful for you. I called Craig and said, Craig, we're trying to understand this language. We have a perspective, the city has a perspective. Can you review this? And, Craig came back and said, hey, we're not really able to comment on other entities' legal agreements, right? So he said, you can send it to me, I'll send it off to our lawyers, but I don't want to overpromise you what that outcome is going to be, right? We then started talking about everything, and we got to this point where he said, Craig, you likely don't get a lot of calls from willing land owners and developers that are sitting here saying, we are putting into it a written agreement that we're going to be a willing party to negotiate eminent domain with you. Because this is probably the first I've ever had of that. And he said, well, we're trying to get that because the alternative really doesn't work for us. And if you as UDOT can't interject yourself, you probably can't comment on the city's preferred language, and you probably can't comment on ours, right? So then we started going through, and Mike, you're going to recall this. You made a comment about once NRCS determination has been made, it's probably a 6 to 8 month process after that, right? He told me that they got a verbal from NRCS. So they've started to kind of put a little fuel in the engine, was kind of his comment today, okay? And what they're doing is they're starting to review some of these questions about what would alternatives, and should there be derivatives of these alternatives. And I said, can I be presumptive enough to ask the question that now knowing what you know about Envision 2050 project, this corridor, that could be thought of? And he said, yes, that is a question that we are contemplating right now. I said, can I also ask the question then of, is that 6 to 8 month timeline still germane? He said, I can't commit to anything, but I'll bet you it's looking more like 12 to 18 months. Okay, and yeah,
We've heard longer.
Okay, got it, right. So this is what we're left with here. And I think, I want the council and the staff to understand this. This is the best way that I can kind of explain on my side, is think of this like a marriage, right? We're coming in, we paid a application fee to be annexed. That was us buying an engagement ring with the city, right? We're ready to get married. We want a long-term relationship. The language that's being proposed right here would be like me having my wife say, I'll get married to you. I'm going to sign a prenup, though, that's going to say after 3 years, if I find another guy, I can exit this marriage, and I can also pull all your money from you. This is just, it wouldn't work because it would handcuff us and essentially render the land useless for the next 3 years. And I know Alex, who's our seller, is here too. He will vocalize the exact same thing. So we're trying to do the work of Envision 2050, what the city council has told us that they want. And we just have to make a determination here. UDOT has said they can't interfere with the agreement. So I think we all have to collectively look at it and say, is there a means to be able to get to it that we can all agree on or not?
Jeremy, continue.
So, yeah, and honestly, I mean, I agree with almost everything Neil said. I do think UDOT has been unwilling to take a really firm position, which is frustrating, because I think it leaves the city council, in a precarious situation. I do think he's right. I think Craig's position is we're going to go through the EIS process, and our process is separate from the evaluation process once we reach that of our preferred alternatives and what we think is the best and suitable for traffic needs in the future. At this point, we aren't looking at property acquisition and all these other issues. With that said, I think when I talked to Craig, he did say, you're right. If this development goes through and we do take 3 to 5 years to make this decision, let's say, and 3 to 5 years from now, they have built their project and invested $100 million in their project or whatever it is, that alternative is likely not going to be a alternative anymore. I mean, the reality of it is both from a financial standpoint, but probably more from a political standpoint. UDOT's not going to go in and rip down hundreds of brand new townhomes and a brand new hotel. It's just, I mean, I've had situations where, as a city, cities that I've represented have gone in and built a temporary road. And we went and ripped it out 3 years later. And we had a council chamber full of residents that were pissed because we just ripped out a perfectly good road, even though a developer paid for it. And, the political backlash of going in and ripping out an entire project is probably, I mean, from a practical standpoint, regardless of whether or not UDOT is saying it, is unlikely, I think.
And Jeremy, I think we agree with that too, right? So
Yep.
I want that to be clear. I think that what we're looking at though is even Craig today stated this. They're now asking questions about these alternate routes. And so they might even in the next coming months change these routes based on what they know right now. So we're kind of in a place where you might even be defending a plan that might be dated now that they know what they know and might be changing anyway.
Russ wanted to speak, please.
Yeah, I do. And in the event that happens, I think Jeremy's language accounts for that. They've now established a route and everything can move forward. That's taken care of in Jeremy's language. I just want to be very direct. This is a legislative decision. It is your decision as a council. But this bypass, this Heber Valley corridor, is likely the most important or significant issue that is going to face this valley or needs to happen in the next 10, 20 years. This is not something, I feel like some of the information being presented is kind of minimizing how significant of a decision is being made. And I just want to be very clear. We need a bypass. We don't need a compromised bypass that kind of works its way through and kind of works. We need, just as the council had sent to UDOT in that letter, we need them to come forward and tell us this is the route that will work the best. And we can't do anything, this is my suggestion, we shouldn't be doing anything as a city that interferes with their ability to do that. That's it. Thanks.
Does anybody else have a comment before we move on? Scott?
All of us do. Scott.
Just real quickly, this is a key corner in our 2050 plan, a key intersection. But having said that, I mean, it is a key intersection for this bypass route as well. Potentially. And we saw what happened with the conservation easements that were placed or trying to be placed in the route and how that delayed UDOT by 6 to 8 months releasing their study. I would hate to do anything to delay that further. And I know this is just a point on his plotter map of things and events that he has taken into consideration for the study. But if we were to annex that property and approve this, I'm not sure that's enough time for them to redo their study again because they have to redo it. And I just don't want to do anything. And we saw on the survey, traffic is the number one concern. Anyone driving around Heber this weekend just can see the need for what we're talking about, along with the 4 lanes all the way down Provo Canyon, which is coming. I just see when we have Provo Canyon, 4 lanes, and if we can get a bypass road diverting the traffic from 189 to North 40, it's just going to change the whole dynamic of the traffic in this valley. So I would be willing to. I think we just need to table this until we have an answer from UDOT.
So basically.
There's one. Sid?
Yeah. So Neil, have you studied their options for the bypass? Have you looked at it? What does it do for the impact of your property and adjacent properties? Have you looked at that?
For the 2 routes that would go through us, it would render them useless. It would also render probably the entire corner useless.
But why would you say that? Because you're asking for the same amount of density in the MDA, whether or not UDOT buys land or not. So you could put more, that same equivalent density on the two sides. And I was worried about that because UDOT is thinking they're buying density if they use eminent domain, but you want the same amount of density that could go on both sides.
Yeah, so Mayor, the reason why is when you look at that jog that happens,
That goes around like this, yeah.
the reason for that is they're looking at that as an initial phase of a flywheel bypass right there. So ultimately, if they go with this route, what what everyone here should understand and expect is within 30 or 50 years, that entire corridor becomes a flywheel where they're going to do that on all four corners, because that's going to make sense from on-ramp, off-ramp.
You mean like a big spaghetti bowl?
Clover.
Yeah.
Clover passes
exactly.
and all of
Good
that?
point.
Yeah. So this is kind of the first phase of it would be that time. So if they go with one of those two routes, the landowners to northeast and adjacent over to the east Bruce's property would all essentially look at it and say, UDOT's going to be coming to acquire our land as part of their future project as well.
It does make me wonder how big it would need to be, and I cannot answer that, right?
UDOT can't answer that either.
Only UDOT could, but
And that's what Craig
Why does
told
that-
me today. That's why they're thinking, that's why these questions are being had internally now to rethink this corner now knowing what they know.
And what did he mean by that, do you
Yeah.
think? Do you think there's other options out there that could move things around so it doesn't impact, 32 and 40?
Craig was very clear. He was not aware of Vision 2050 and VOZ when they started this.
Yeah.
They now understand what Heber Valley is looking for in this corner, and they're bringing it into the fold, which is all that we could ask for them from now.
Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't impact timeline, right? It will, because they're going to have to do more studies and figure out engineering and stuff like that. So we hit on a point that, okay, these interchanges, at first phase, it's just going to be something. But at the ending or the final phase, you brought up, Mayor, spaghetti bowl. Is that what we want?
I don't know, but
Yeah.
is that what we need, right? I've
Yeah,
heard several
is that-
times on this council that we
again,
should let
yeah.
UDOT design roads, right? Instead of trying to tell them where to put the roads, and we all have opinions on that, but I'm just saying, if that's what they need to design, I doubt we're going to have 1 million people in this valley. I don't think we'll ever have millions of visitors, but who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Potential.
Park City gets that 40,000 plus a day, right, of visitors. We do have a lot of visitors here. Maybe we're used to that level, but whatever happens with all of the development, right, and yours is there too. But I just have a question, Sid, because UDOT counted all the densities that the county had already granted. They counted all the densities in the North Village that the county had and now that the city has. So I'm thinking that whatever plan they come forward with on just widening Highway 40, right, it's got to take into account those densities that were either there with that range of what the county approved versus what the city approved.
Can I
Go ahead.
make some comments? Hopefully they counted Extel and MIDA, that project.
Oh, yeah,
Because
hopefully.
that's huge, hopefully, cross our fingers.
Yeah.
Because if that's going to be a major
We're
impact.
waiting to hear, right?
So my question, it's interesting that they're saying they might go back to the drawing board, which again, my priority, one of my top priorities when I ran and became council was that bypass, right? It's one of my top priorities. And we need that to happen sooner than later. And I'm torn because I like the project. I like how it's going to look, and hopefully it's done well, because this is our front door coming from the north into the Heber Valley. Right now, currently, in the county, what is there is not a good thing. And hopefully us as a city, we can embrace it. Yeah, there is density that's associated to it, that's entitled to it through the county. They have a lot of hurdles to go through to get it. It's going to be hard for a developer to do what they got approved. But hopefully us as a city, we can be responsible enough if and when we annex in, I'm all for it, that we control that and we dictate what our entrance to the valley can be. But number one priority, in my opinion, is we need to not hold up UDOT in their process. And it was interesting that they said that they are looking at other options, which is great. In my profession, I do stuff like this, and so does Mike. And there's options out there that we've came up with that would work really great. So
And Sid, on that note, I think we all, including myself and Andy, went into this thinking there was potentially a binary conversation, right? The council gave us these vested rights. It potentially could completely impact the bypass. At least from our perspective, we're now looking at it, and everything Craig is telling us is this is a long drawn out process where there's plenty of reevaluation that happens. So they're even doing reevaluation right now. If we
that
did-
scares me because the time is, yeah.
Yeah, but we can't control that. So if we started building, it's not going to stop a bypass. It is going, they are going to reevaluate it, is what I keep on hearing from Craig. And so, at least in my mind, because I agree, I want a bypass too. At least in my mind, I'm looking at this and saying, I don't think that we are stopping a bypass. I do think that we are giving an input. I don't know how significant it is, but I do think that a bypass can still happen. And likely, whatever the final result is still going to be a great one and is going to work.
Yeah.
You're
So-
saying, just to clarify real quick, you're thinking that UDOT will accommodate your development in the future.
I think UDOT is now looking at this corridor and understanding the city's perspective, and they never did before. And so I think that they are now asking themselves internal questions, which is a direct response from Craig today, that they are now reevaluating this corner. Now, I don't know what they're going to do with that, right? But at least I know we have given them more information than they had before.
Thank you. Sid, go back.
So you mentioned 12 to 18 months. So let's say 18 months. That would put us into March of 26. Have you thought about that from a development standpoint? Would that kill the development?
It would, and I could also ask Alex, who's behind me here, who's the current landowner. I'm sure he would say that just isn't going to work for us, right? You're rendering the land for a 12 to 18 month period essentially useless. So it goes from the value that Andy and I are willing to pay Alex today to potentially having it be worth not that value at a later date.
Well, I can argue that it already has a value. It has density associated to that. So in land, I would think it would still keep on going up. But why?
We're asking for 20% less ERUs than the county right now.
Yeah.
So, in trying to be a good steward of Envision 2050, we're sitting here saying we're reducing density to increase open space, which would then put us at a potential bypass of that delta there is our exposure.
Okay. Well, I just wanted, your input, and definitely number one priority, we can't slow up the bypass. It's for the health of Heber City, we can't. But again, I'm torn because I think there's potential there if this development comes within the city. So.
Agreed. I just don't think this is going to slow it down.
No.
Yeah.
Jeremy, I'm just saying, Jeremy, how many more questions? We have a lot more policy questions to go through, right?
Well, Mayor, this is by far the biggest policy
It is,
question.
but
I
should
mean,
we just-
I was anticipating that this might take the whole
Right. and
time.
it could.
And
It
if we
could.
get to some of the other questions, great. If we don't,
Well, I'm
great.
hoping.
But we need direction moving forward on this.
So we've got
this
one
issue.
that's saying, wait for UDOT. We're saying one that's torn. Does anybody else want to weigh in on this issue right up front or just continue discussing?
Yeah, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
And thank you so much for the work going to UDOT, the work trying to inform us, trying to answer questions and playing back and forth. We've worked with other developers. I don't know that anybody's put in the same amount of time as far as helping us to understand things. Separate from that, and the question is, I don't know to who knows it, but before I went to the county meeting and said I liked the preservation of these Gertz easements, right? I went there and I stood up and I said, I thought that Laren was coming forward at the right time. I thought, or not the right time, but I thought he was coming forward without any, ulterior motives, and that I thought it would be good to preserve land. I did that because the UDOT person we talked to said that probably wouldn't be a problem. Really quickly afterward, we heard that that the county had heard, and we heard through the news that it was a problem, that it actually caused a fairly significant problem as far as what their timelines looked like and how they were looking through things. And that was empty land that, to Neil's point, isn't developed, where they're tearing down things and they're leaving a shell of a project that now doesn't make any sense. Do we have any more understanding of how that's going with the county right now? With the easements that they already tried to put in with the Gertches, because that's I realize it's a different thing from tonight, but I'm just curious, do we have any more anecdotal evidence about how UDOT is looking at encumbered properties and in the thinking through their bypass options? Because there's nobody from UDOT here. So I'm just curious if we know anything more.
Our Open Lands Board doesn't meet till next Monday. I'm looking for updates then.
I can tell you that I've been told that UDOT has received verbal confirmation from NRCS that they no longer support the conservation easements or funding the conservation easements, but UDOT is looking for a formal letter to document that verbal conversation.
So you've heard that they don't support the existing easements that they were looking for funding
Correct.
from national
Correct.
levels because of that.
I think they have to consider those easements
Okay.
in their EIS.
Yeah,
and they didn't want to consider them.
For sure.
That's what
Yeah.
I heard.
Mayor just said, potentially they didn't consider, and maybe they don't want to in the same way. For what it's worth, and Neil, I do appreciate your time and Andy's time in going through what I thought was a pretty good understanding of what UDOT was and wasn't saying as far as what would encumber. I am, as a property owner, not a developer, but as a property owner, I understand that putting limits on the value of property in a way that limits that value doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I understand you've got somebody in a blue shirt back there, I forgot his name, who's nodding no, when you say, probably doesn't make any sense, right? There's sellers and you're sitting here as a developer, not as the seller, not as the landowner. So that's tricky. I counsel, for what it's worth, I thought I was a lot more aligned with an April date until I heard what I heard this week about the other easement or the other properties potentially just making that bypass a tricky thing again. Because there's one thing I don't want to do sitting on these chairs up here is I don't want to tell UDOT in any action or words, we don't want to work with you. We want you to look for other solutions. I want them, and I keep saying, I want them here. I want them answering questions. I want them committing to stuff. They're not here. They're arguably not answering my questions, and they're certainly not committing, but I don't want to get in the way of that. So Mayor asked, do we have a difference of opinion? I don't have a difference of opinion, but I thought I was actually more aligned with this project. Frankly, I love the project. I love the idea. I actually really like the design. I like what that does, but boy, I don't want to get in the way of UDOT.
Right, Yvonne or Mike?
I'm just going to say this, Neil. I've always said this before. I appreciate the work that you've done in trying to bring this to us and share with us your thoughts. And I find it disconcerting that, and this is not to you, but I just feel that I'm a little frustrated with our lack of communication with UDOT. We have tried several times where we've put together letters and so forth, trying to share with them our thoughts in how we want to proceed and saying that we would like to support them, whatever it takes to get an answer, to get something moving and the ball rolling as far as what this entails. And it seems that you have a connection and you're able to discuss with them. Yet a lot of times I feel like as a legislative body in some way, whether it's Mike that goes to them personally or someone else that tries to go to them personally, you just heard Aaron saying that the communication's not there, or with Mike, if he goes with you, there's the communication there. And it frustrates me because I feel that we're not getting the answers that we need in order to make decisions like you're asking for today. And with that, I'm in no I don't want to take a position in saying, well, let's put in density there because you know how I feel. I've always said from day one, I'm against annexations. I'm against adding more to the headache of a well-being survey that we just watched and came in loud and clear from our community stating what is important to them. And one of their main things, though, is traffic. They're concerned about the traffic. They're tired of dealing with it. They're tired of waiting to hear what UDOT's going to do. We've been waiting, as some people have said, close to 50 years for this answer. So I am in no way wanting to put another roadblock, if you will. I mean, I'm all for open space, but I do feel at this time it's important that we send the message, and I hope they're listening. I'm sure they're not, but I hope they're listening. You need to know that we need something and we need decisions made because this is hard for individuals who are coming in with some plans that others may approve of. Um, and at the same time, it's putting people in a holding pattern, which is frustrating in all the way around. And one of those things, I personally am not opposed to a bypass. I never have been, but I do want protections there. I want to make sure that we don't have a bypass that allows more building, more high density, more anything, because all that's going to do is create another need for another bypass somewhere else in the valley where we don't have room for that. So practical, in a practical, world, it would make sense to have a waiting period to wait and see what happens. So that's where I'm at. So I will have to say, I'm going to have to pull back. I'm definitely going to have to say no to this and hope that somehow we can get more information within even the next few months by the end of the year at least, and more from you, Dot, sharing with us saying, okay, here's what we're going to do because it is unfair to you.
Can I, so, two things. I agree. Um, Two things. Traffic is certainly, and we just received all those results. Taxes are too. So we're hoping, our thought is in building this, you can find some new taxes to reduce the deficit. But more importantly, you are right. So I'm asking you and the rest of council, what can I do? Craig will talk to me, right? Whatever that is worth. I know we have.
Tell Craig to come sit right there where you're sitting and share these same thoughts because I'm tired of having people saying and coming forward. And I'm not saying you haven't spoke to him, but it seems that there is discussion from other individuals, whether it's singular or so forth, but there's never been this, hey, we want you to wait. We are asking you to give us some more time, and here's the time frame that we're looking for. I know that the process is long, but this is a 50-year process, and there should have been some decisions by now. Even with the annexations that we have had over the last 5 years, one big one up there that I was completely against, that's been there for going on to 6 years now. All of those plans have been there. We have had discussions and meetings and so forth. It's not a secret what Heber City has been doing or what it has been planning on. And those are the things that frustrate me when I hear, well, now we have to reevaluate again. I'm sorry, but there should not be this much reevaluation. It seems like this is more of we're concerned that maybe we're not quite getting it right. Well, I know we want you to get it right and we want you to hear the community. But at the same time, too, we want, have our cake and eat it too. I would love to have it so that we wouldn't have to go down the Northfields. That would be my happy moment. I would love to have it if we could bypass in a different way, or we would reevaluate and do it in something that makes more sense, whether it's taking it up through the east side or the east side, northeast side, where the majority of this growth is. I have a lot of ideas, but I'm not the person who's making these decisions. I'm not the person who can sit there and say and have a seat at the table with you, Dot, that they'll listen to me, just myself.
I don't think any of us.
And that's the thing, is that I realize that maybe I'm sounding a little irritated. It could be this cold I'm dealing with. But at this point, I just feel that I'm tired of having people who have to wait. I'm tired of having to tell the citizens. I'm tired of hearing, I feel bad for the citizens who are frustrated with everything and are feeling like they don't have a community that they recognize anymore. And that's been the biggest issue. And so at this point, I'm wanting to ask, and I'm hoping that maybe your pressure, whoever else has this magic moment with UDOT, can sit down with them and say, listen, something needs to be done. Can you please discuss this so that we can have an answer by the end of the year, so that we have answers for people going forward at the beginning of the year? But for now, I'm going to give them one more chance, Neil. I'm just going to give them one more chance.
And that was going to be my suggestion. I know the thought of a quorum, but can I get 3 meetings over the next week with Craig and invite 2 council members and Craig and some staff?
And it's not that,
an open forum.
it's not that anyone's against that. I just don't know if they're going to change what they're telling.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I
And
would
so,
agree we're going to hear the same thing.
exactly. So then it's like, how many times will they say it? How many times will we ask? You see what I mean? And then just my little quick tidbit before Mike finishes up here. I talked with the fire district, right, about that secondary access where you need that, I think, from UDOT. And are they going to be willing to give that to you so you can develop? You see what I mean? When we've got this bypass issue still going on. It's a real concern. Mike?
I have another really fast thought. Sorry.
Go ahead.
You asked Yvonne, what can you do differently? For what it's worth, it's one of those where it's not you,
Yeah.
right? Like arguably other things where thankfully for the staff report, somebody did some work to help me understand where there's some problems in the current agreement. We're not even going to get to that point tonight because we're talking about something else. And the something else isn't because you haven't done some work to bring it forward or communicated with us or answered questions or asked questions, just for what that's worth. So, sorry, Mike.
I won't take long. I'll just try and summarize. Russ speaks the truth when he says this is the most important thing that's happening in this valley in the next 20, 30 years. I completely agree. I think we all agree. If this doesn't happen, we really don't know where we're going as a downtown and as a city. So I don't like the plan that goes through the property you're looking to develop. I think it was a off the cuff decision to just leave out the intersection and let's just connect this road in like to Mid River Road and move on with our EIS and ignore that. I am really tempted to use your project as a roadblock for that loopy thing that loops in. But that would be hypocritical of me because I've also really been against other entities in this valley putting roadblocks in UDOT's path and doing things that make it more difficult for them to get their job done and go forward. So I don't want to be a hypocrite. I don't want to use your project as a roadblock for that. So I do concur with, I am persuaded to concur with the other council members that it's not time to annex you. Though I really want to annex this property. I want to annex that whole intersection. That should be the entrance into Heber City. And it should be done right, and it should be really good. Something's going to happen there anyway, and I just don't want to see the fallback. And I've said this before, I don't want to see a car dealership and a Costco or something on the intersection. So I want something more tasteful, more that says, welcome to Heber. I think we're going to get there. I hope we get there the next couple of years. We need to get there and just get it done.
I mean, I'm going to speak real quick, and I think you should as well.
Go ahead.
A couple of years leaves we have felt like the city made the most sense. But if not, we just have to acknowledge that is a reality.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
I appreciate you saying that because you can see that this is a real struggle for us to quote, do the right thing. We have competing things and we're in the dark. We don't have all the facts. We're not able to use our own people and to design this ourselves and get it done. We've been waiting for 4 years, over 4 years now for an answer. And we're beyond the tipping point with traffic on this corridor. And the thought of waiting 8 or 10 more years is just really disheartening. I don't want to wait 1 year or 2 years, but I think something can happen in the next 4 to 6 months that we can all agree on this, the property owner, the hopeful developer, the city, UDOT, the county. I don't think we need to wait 18 months, but I feel, and I know there's the consensus is it's going to be a few more months at least. I'm going to say 4 to 6 before UDOT's back on track to saying, hey, here's all of the alternatives that we're looking at. And I really hope, I don't know if Craig's on, but we want to be partners, and we have not felt like we have been heard or been partners as Heber City. And we have tried not to insert ourselves so that UDOT could do their work, and that hasn't seemed to work. So from here on out, we really do want to insert ourselves into a partnership with UDOT and the property owner and you as a developer and get something that really works the best it possibly can. And it's not their current route, and they know that.
And Mike, that's the hard part.
Yeah.
We're being asked to do something which, as developers,
To wait.
doesn't make sense. And so that
We want that. I would go forward with an annexation. I just don't know if it works for you with what we could come up with. It's somewhere between 8 months and 3 years.
we said April 1st,
Yeah.
which was, but then Craig today on the phone
Right,
said
he's
12 to 18
he's
months. So we
bombed
might get
that.
to April 1st and all look at each other and say,
I know.
"Hey, another year,"
Exactly.
and I would rather us
Exactly.
make a decision today or
Well,
Well,
we're not going to deny this. Scott's mentioned the word tabling it or continuing it. I think it's sitting here on our desk, and it will be up to you guys to make decisions. I get that, and we want to participate or help, but I think we're stuck right now with not being able to finalize an agreement.
Mike, you also said that you felt in 4 to 6 months things could change, but what assurances do you have on that?
I have no assurances.
This is just your best guesstimate?
It's a hope.
Okay.
Because they feel the pressure too. I do know they feel the pressure.
And I think, Mayor, I think this
Keep going. Thank you. You're good. You're good. No, speak right in, please. You have to eat it. You just have to eat it, please.
So I've been developing in Wasatch County for 25 years. I built Browns Canyon Road. I'm the guy in the article that when you guys pissed off, Summit County. It took 19 years for you don't had a traffic study done. When I first built that, it took them 19 years to put that light in at Browns Canyon Road and where Black Rock Ridge is. I met with Craig about a month ago, and he had his whole team there. And our conversation was really good. It's always been good with UDOT. They're actually they've always been easy to work with on easements and different stuff like that. But what I was trying to figure out is, timing. And he said, yeah, this thing's not going for 10 to 15 years. It's just not.
What? Even with the
Craig
Olympics?
said that to me. We were all sitting in a room. And I said, well, what does that mean? He said, well, I'm in charge. I've been tasked with this job and I am in charge. I am in charge of it. So I just said, well, what does that mean? Where are you leaning towards? Where are you going? And so I let it go. And I probably could have done a little more due diligence before I came to this meeting, but I came in, the lender for this project asked me to come in and finish the development. And when I came in, I nixed the annexation because I didn't feel like everybody was ready. I didn't feel like Heber was ready. I didn't feel like Wasatch County was ready. So 5 years ago, they brought me in as a developer, gave me half the project, and
You're talking about crossings, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we go through the process, and I am handed off from this Bruce Barrett guy who gets a water park approved.
Mm-hmm.
So how is that, Wasatch County, how does he get that approved in Wasatch County with the bypass road?
Oh, that was before the alternatives were proposed, sir. So those lines, the line that came through the Northfields, it was not even thought of at that point when they had their approvals.
And we hate the water park too, just
I just know that, I've been working with UDOT for 30 years. I think some pressure can be put on them. They put together a DRC meeting for me in 4 days with their entire group. That was on the turn for us, on whether it was a 3/4 turn or a half turn. And then they proceeded to say that we're going to widen the road and put a median in the middle next year.
On Highway 40?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
So we're all familiar with that. But I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know how, I don't remember when they got that approval, but I guess there was no talk of any of this during that? None.
Any talk of with what?
Like
You mean
7 years
the
ago.
widening of Highway 40?
Sorry, the bypass.
6 years ago.
6 years ago?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think somewhere as I was digging through it, there were a couple of agreements, which again, I didn't do my work to come to this meeting. I thought it was just about these guys, but I'm happy to share any of that information with you guys and with Neil and see if there's an alternative with all that.
There were discussions of the bypass. Like I said, this has been an ongoing discussion for years, but it's Wasatch County that UDOT has supposedly been working with. And a lot of that has not included Heber City, and it has also not included Wasatch County at times. So it's something that ends up kind of going into the wasteland somewhere out there. We hear about it every now and then. A new project comes in or a new discussion comes in, and 10 years go by, and then another one comes in. And I realize that this sounds negative. I'm not trying, well, maybe I am, but
Try not to be.
I'm trying not to be. I'm just saying that it has been there off and on for at least a couple of decades, seriously. So it's something that is frustrating for us. And so when you hear council members, county, whomever it is that you are directing your conversation to, it's always the same. We don't know.
Okay.
I think Alex, who, is the current owner of the land, should have an opportunity to
Okay.
talk.
All right. And tell us your full name, please, again.
My name's Alex Nort. I'm part of the owner group of this piece.
Thank you.
Brief context. So I've been working on this project 2 years more than Neil has, and working with UDOT. And I've been part of Neil's conversations and meetings. And I'll tell you, however much you pressure UDOT, right now their answer is, we have no position.
Mhm.
They won't, you can ask them as many meetings as you want, and they have no position, and they're in no legal right to tell you one way or the other. Um, and so when we started down the development path with the county before Neil reached out to us, and one of the things I have learned as we've been in the UDOT meetings is, I keep hearing that Heber City is like, how come we're not part of the conversation? And the answer is because it's not in your city, right? This piece is not in your city. And so if you don't annex it, you won't be part of the conversation. And me as a landowner, just telling you, if what I'm hearing today is you're not interested in making a decision for 4 to 6 months at the earliest, and within 4 to 6 months, you won't even have the option, right? I'll take my name off the petition, and we're running down a different path. And so, I've really been impressed with Neil. I like him a lot, and I think if Heber City wants a voice, Neil's your best option at that point. Our other development partners who we are working with were, no way are we going into Heber and having that discussion. And Neil was the opposite, like, no, I think that's the best choice. And so, just from my perspective, Neil can take me in, the back room later. But what I'm hearing is Heber City is not interested in annexation right now, which means they are not interested in being part of this project, UDOT conversation intersection project ever, because then I'm moving down a different path that I was started down before. And that, I don't want that to sound threatening or anything. That's just the reality of the situation. And so I think one thing that's helpful from my perspective that I want to share with you is, if you want a voice, I think Neil and Harvest Village is your best choice. If you don't, great. That's your legislative purview. But I am not likely coming back to Heber City and asking for a voice. I'm going to go somewhere.
I was just gonna say, I think if that's what you heard, you weren't listening very carefully, because we're very interested in annexation, but we've seen what people have done with UDOT and extending their timeline and placing roadblocks. That's what we're not interested in.
I appreciate that.
And they know what the property is entitled for now. And if you want to go to the county, good luck getting that done. I mean, may the force be with you.
No, I understand you want to be, but you want to do it on your timeline. And if there's no.
It's not on our timeline. And I hope that that's something you need to understand, is that this isn't a matter of we're deciding because we want to hold you off. We're deciding because we've already felt the sting from UDOT after what council member Cheatwood has already shared with you, where there was protective easements put in place and they came back with a very vague but clear message that this will cause an issue for them going forward. So if that's going to cause an issue where it's just open space, then what will yours cause? And here's another thing, and I thought, and I'm sorry if, again, I apologize if I sound frustrated, but I I you just said it yourself. You're wanting to annex, we're not at the table. Yet Wasatch County is at the table. And Wasatch County will have that discussion. And if they are having the discussion with UDOT, then I will reiterate what Council Member Phillips has just said. Then you're more than welcome to attempt another project in that direction, if that's how you feel strongly about it. But at this point, all we're saying is that if you choose to, you have that prerogative. And I realize that that is your prerogative. This is your property, but that property has sat, I've been living here for 40 years. That property has sat vacant for a very long time and has been in the county for a number of years, and nothing has happened. So I realize that this is frustrating as landowners, but this is something that we're trying to ask of you, if you choose to hear that we are doing our best efforts to make sure that something for our community is put in and that the open door is there for UDOT. And we're just saying, hold off until the beginning of the year, and we're hoping we have those answers for you. If we don't by then, if you're not brought back to the table by then, you have your choices that you can make. But I hope you're hearing us well as well. This is not a matter of we want, it's a matter of that we feel this is the safest route to go.
I appreciate that. And my perspective is our timeline is up from our annexation of Heber. And that's just, I want you to hear that from me, that our timeline with Neil is up. So, I'm happy to have as many conversations as we can, as Neil said, in the next week or two. But after that, our timeline's up.
Jeremy, can I just pause really quick? I had asked Mark Wilson from the Northfields Irrigation Company to come, not just to hear the conversation, but he has worked with Bruce Baird in the past about any runoff flows and such in the ditches. So I thought he would be interested to hear about that. I don't know if, Mark, you want to talk to him afterwards, or if you had just some quick questions that you wanted to ask him for them to consider. But you're also hearing that the council's saying wait. So maybe you want to talk with him outside. What do you think? 30 seconds. Okay, if you don't mind, Jeremy. I just didn't want his time to be wasted here.
I'm just a short guy. Okay, I appreciate this time. We have a issue with the corridor as well. The road's going to go up through the North Fields. I've been the president of the company for 46 years. I know it probably better than anybody else. And it's going to affect the property owners in the North Fields every bit or much more than one development. So my question is, okay, during the public comment, I wrote a letter. There's several of us that wrote a letter into UDOT, okay, with the concerns of the North Fields, but we've never been invited to a meeting. We've never been mentioned by the county or Heber City. Did you know that all of the roads in the North Fields were historical livestock trails? So when I was told that the way you're going to treat the roads going east and west with a turbo roundabout, and I had to ask what that was, and they said it goes through faster, okay? I have a couple of questions. How are we going to trail our cattle across the corridor? Number two, how are we going to take our livestock or our farming equipment across there? We would like to be involved in the meetings. I'll come any meeting, anytime, anywhere.
I think we agree with, so everything you're saying makes complete sense, and we should be having those conversations. There is some delineation in terms of where North Village overlay, North Village versus North Fields, but irrespective, you need this land to be able to access the North Fields. We get that. We're leaving a lot of land that you could utilize on our eastern boundary to be able to move things through. But we're ultimately at an impasse here where I think you're hearing from Alex and I, we either need a decision or we need to go talk to some other entities and look to build and generate tax dollars there. And we were hoping, we thought we were in a good position with Heber, but that might not be the case. And so if that is the decision, we just want you as council to understand, if your ask is to wait, then our decision is we're removing ourselves from the petition and we're gonna try to build in alternate fashions. Okay.
So, Mr. Wilson, do you mind if you talk with them afterwards, now that they've said this? Is that okay? Is there anything
Okay,
else you wanted
I
to
have some
say?
comments with the developers as well.
Okay. Well, you know that he's the one
That'd
to
be
talk to,
afterwards
right? The
as
blue
well.
shirt.
Okay.
Can I clarify what you were saying? It wasn't based on directed to the developer. It was based on the bypass that potentially could go through the North Fields. Is that what
Yes,
you're saying?
and we are not against it. We understand that we need a bypass road. We understand that that's the only place we can put it. And it's kind of, I'll say the word stupid, to think that it doesn't have to go up to the intersection. Okay? Now, I live over on River Road. I use that intersection a lot. And the traffic is so horrendous that there's a wreck up there almost every week. Okay? Because of the public corridor, the river corridor, I used to access my property right across the river. Never used to have to go up on Highway 40 and down. Now I have to go up to Highway 40 down to Potter Lane and in. I just understood that there's not even going to be a stoplight there. Okay, so now when I haul a load of hay out of the Potter Lane, I have to haul it out, turn right, go down to Heber City, make a U-E. Now realize this is a tractor with a load of hay behind it. And then I go up the other side to River Road. I got to cross over to the center lane to make a left-hand turn. I want to live a little longer. Okay? That's not acceptable. That's why we want to be part of the planning. I wish you could start on it tomorrow. We just want to be a part of the planning. We have to live with this bypass road again, and we hope that Heber City would back us, because we know that entrance to the corridor is very important, entrance to the valley, and the people want open space. That's what they want.
Okay, did you have a
Okay?
question?
That's
for
what the
him?
Northfield wants.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Wilson. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just to you two gentlemen, just to state it again, Neil, because you just said, I thought we were more aligned. I'll be honest with you, I thought we were more aligned too. The curveball for me, just throwing the cards on the table, is the frustration with UDOT with what I thought was an easy thing, these easements, these conservation easements. And with that in mind, and I realize that you might not come back and talk to us, you might go talk to the county. I sure as heck hope the county pays attention to that as well, because I hope that the city government, and I'm a county resident too, right? City's inside county, but I hope that we collective government agencies are not trying to get in UDOT's way. It just blows my mind that this curveball has come recently, very recently, within the last 2 weeks, that we've heard that they're starting to say, oh, we potentially don't want to fund these easements because it's in the way of a bypass. That's new. And that's, I think, where my hesitation in saying I'd like a couple more months is coming from. Has nothing to do with the project, has nothing to do with, because frankly, if that went away and they were like, okay, listen, this really isn't going to be in the way, I'd be ready to go. But they're not saying that, and that's the problem.
Well, and their silence leaves it all open to everyone's interpretation.
Sure.
And so ultimately, I understand you have a legislative, decision here to look after the community. And you're either going to go with what we're trying to present is a known decision versus an unknown with no time horizon. The county is one option, and there are other. The reason why one of the other landowners isn't here is they're being enticed by some guys across Jordan now right now, right? And so I think you guys know what I'm talking about, but there are
I'll say it.
other options.
I'll say it, hideouts enticing, and MIDA are enticing developers. Do we want them to control our front door? MIDA. Yeah, and that's a big question right there. And that's a powerful.
MIDA's looking to annex?
Oh, always. Yeah. Yeah. MIDA is, MIDA.
They came to us a long time ago. Yes.
So again, shoot, I know time is pressing for you. And it's a hard decision. And
Instead, we're willing to, over the next 2 weeks before next council, set up as many meetings as needed. But ultimately, I think Alex and I are both being clear. It isn't a let's wait 6 months and come back to the table. We're going to need to start pulling some levers with other opportunities to see if they're working somewhere.
let me ask council, would it be worth to entertain it in 2 weeks and see if there's any movement or let's bring it back on 2 weeks for another work session and get a report.
I mean, I'm happy to talk to UDOT over the next 2 weeks. I don't think that will make much difference, but I'd be happy to talk to them. The reason I don't think it would make much difference is because they've just been dragging their feet so much. But if it made a difference, that would make my decision easier. So I'd be happy to talk to them. I think the question was, do we want to have a hearing on the 17th? The answer is obviously no, right? Because no matter what we do, that doesn't make any sense, but that'd be my thought.
Yeah, probably not at this
Lean on
point.
Mike, just because he was a part of that conversation when the first conversation that Neil and his team went down. What do you think? Would there be any give or any movement within 2 weeks?
It's possible. I mean, I think I think we are putting some pressure and some movement on UDOT. I think they feel it, that maybe they haven't done as good a job as they thought they did. I do want to keep talking, and I appreciate you offering a couple more weeks. These are important, difficult decisions, and it's like playing chess or something. There's so many options that could go. So this is a work item. This was discussion. We're not voting tonight. We're trying to have this discussion and tell you our concerns. And we all share the same, honestly, concerns. What can we do with your property that's really good? And how do we get a bypass that really works? And we all have ideas, and we're not the people that make that decision. So yeah, I would be happy to have a discussion in 2 weeks and another 2 weeks. Really, I think that's helpful. And in the meantime, we can keep calling Craig. We've all talked with him.
I think our point is we're happy to come back in 2 weeks and sit down, right? But I don't, Mike, I want to set clear expectations, and I think Alex would agree with this. It can't be 2 weeks, 2 weeks.
That's what I'm so sad to look forward to. That's exactly what I'm thinking. And we're wishing, we're hoping. And yet we've heard now for how long this same line from UDOT.
Neil's question earlier was, what can you do? And I think the answer to Yvonne was, he's happy to make conversation with Craig happen. He's happy to make 2x2 conversations so that we don't have to deal with the being hindered by having a quorum, and we can actually ask the questions and have frank conversations. I'd be happy to engage with those. We have the Utah League training thing the next 2 days, but other than that, I'd make myself available for it for what it's worth. I don't know if that's going to make any difference, but man, if it made a difference, gosh, that'd make this decision easier. If they'd tell us a yes or a no, it'd make this decision a lot easier.
With that, it might break something, and it might move something and get them to realize that there is consequences for, dragging their feet. I know the process of, doing the environmental impact and all that is a big process, and they have committees to vote on other committees to approve that. So it's just a process that they go through. But if there's any way that with this potential development to help push it a little bit further down the road and get more answers, why not?
Okay,
Why not anything?
Russ, you had a comment.
I did, and it's just an opinion. I strongly believe UDOT would have already published the EIS had the county not passed the conservation easement. That was the big delay. If they wouldn't have done that, I believe they were ready to do it. They have been waiting for information from the NRCS the whole time. That has been the holdup. That's what I've heard. That's what I believe.
They also said it was their traffic model, Russ, remember?
It was, but that was something they were already working through. They were ready. They were incorporating the traffic model changes in there, and they were moving forward. And that NRCS decision threw a big wrench in the works, and they've been trying to work through that.
Okay.
Sounds like maybe there's movement.
Well, remember we asked Craig at the last UDOT city meeting, and we said, can you let us know about your traffic model and do you have any updates? Are you done with it? And he still wouldn't say when it was going to be done.
I believe they're going to continue to be very tight until they have all the information. And again, all I'm saying is it's an opinion, it's what I've heard. I believe they were ready to do that until that decision was made. They put a roadblock in the way, or a big detour. Doing something like this, whether it's in the county or whether it's here, it's going to do the same. Okay.
And Russ, I agree, and I think that's why Craig changed his outlook of 6 to 8 months to 12 to 18 when I talked to him an hour and a half ago, right? Was I think they're now absorbing more data. I think we haven't considered this, but this man knows the most about it.
If I could just respond to that real quick. My name is Justin Keys. I represent the developer in this instance. I'm also on the Wasatch Open Lands Board that passed the conservation easements in question. And I would just like to note that this was not done in the dark, right? I met with UDOT for 3 or 4 years. I have records that I've pulled and provided so that it's clear in the public record that I provided to UDOT, including the same exact UDOT team through the steering committee, maps showing every potential conservation easement that we may record, that we had received a notice of interest and we were considering, including the Lauren Gertz parcel and the Giles parcel. UDOT and the representatives attended Wasatch Open Lands Board meeting where we put those maps on a screen and said, we need to know now if you're going to have any concern with any of these conservation easements because we will pull them. We will not record them if it's going to be a problem. We do not want to hinder UDOT. We'll take that in consideration. We'll take that. What we heard back, and Mayor Franco was there, she can verify this. We heard back, not a problem at all. We don't have any problem with those conservation easements. Nope, not an issue. And this was after I attended UDOT steering committees on behalf of the WOLB, where they laid out these bypass alternatives down to the very alternatives we have now. And I was told to my face repeatedly by UDOT, not a problem. That's why when I stood up in front of the Wasatch County Council advocating for those conservation easements, I've said, I have assurances from UDOT that this is not an issue. They're well aware of these. We provided them maps that show that these are in the way. We'd already funded Giles, which is also directly in the route. So the notion that that is the issue that came up at the last minute, I've heard those same rumors. UDOT won't say it to me because they know better, but I've heard the same rumors whispered that somehow our conservation efforts were what derailed the entire process. That's just factually untrue, and the record bears that out. And so I struggle with that. With that being said, similarly here, having lived through that experience, I come to a different conclusion, right? My conclusion is not hold off and wait and see what UDOT does because they have their secret machinations that we're not familiar with, right? No, that's not the conclusion I come to. The conclusion I come to is I'm going to take a seat at the table. I'm going to pull my seat up. I'm going to make them pay attention to me. I'm going to make them include me in the conversation, right? And how do I do that in this circumstance? The same way that the county did it, by putting money where their mouth is. Say, we want to conserve these routes. We want to conserve the ground around these routes. We're not opposed to the bypass. We put language in our conservation easement that says the bypass is contemplated here. If it happens, eminent domain will take it. And the landowners willingly said, yep, we understand that. We understand that. I think here what I would do if I were in your situation is say, we've adopted a vision for our city that contemplates development on all 4 parcels surrounding this intersection. We don't want to see a flyway. If in 20 years I drive home, the times I have to go to Park City for work when I'm not able to work right here, if I drop down that valley and see a massive spaghetti bowl, I'm going to think back to this moment and the failure we had, right? That's not the vision I have for the Northfields that I love. And I don't think it is for any of you. I mean, Mike and I were there in that meeting when we saw that for the first time, where he said, oh, this is why we're doing this, because we have this whole flyway. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That's why you're going over to Rock Creek and coming in? You want that not to happen? Annex these in, and then go to the city and then go to UDOT and say, here's what we're contemplating in this location. You should design around that. That's what UDOT exists for. Enable the development that we are planning. You're the planning body, the local city. You're the planning body that says, here's what the local needs are. They're the state system that's supposed to support you. And that's what they've told us in these meetings. We're not trying to stop development. That's why they won't come out and say, don't annex. Because the governor would come down and say, you're preventing construction of housing? What are you doing, right? If you annex it in and come to the table and say, UDOT, we're annexing this, but we want to facilitate a bypass, how can we do that? That to me is the right outcome, right? If I'm sitting in your chair, that's what I'm doing. I want to be the liaison from the Heber City Council to UDOT, who meets with them every 2 weeks to say, what's happening with our bypass? What's happening with our bypass? What's happening with our bypass? Please remember, we have this development and this development and this development coming in. What's happening with our bypass? How are you facilitating that? So that, having experienced the conservation easement, and I mean no offense by that, Russ. I lived through it. I lived through it. I was on that UDOT steering committee for 6 years. I did not hide the ball at all, and it's in the record. But having lived through that, what I would say is get in front of them, right? Because later on, who knows what they're going to say? We didn't know Heber City had any issue with this, right? That I'm sitting here going, wait, what do you mean you didn't know we were doing this? We told you loud and clear, over and over, right? I think you need to be telling them loud and clear, over and over, because that's what makes a difference. But if you don't annex, you don't have a voice. Somebody else will. That's my thought.
Everyone, we're getting close to our next meeting and I need to have a break. Is there any final things you want to say? Any final things, Sid?
So what's 2 weeks going to hurt right now? Appreciate that, Justin, and that history, and appreciate you, Russ, and your history, because it gives us perspective, because we're not in those meetings. Would 2 weeks be okay to bring this back for a work session? In my opinion, yeah. And let's see where it is. And then we can have further discussions and further education of what's going on really. And hopefully, if we can get in front of UDOT personally, it's great to hear it firsthand. So.
And Sid, I would agree with that as long as action's taken between now and September 17th. So
Yeah, I'd love to meet with them
that
before
is
the,
my
between,
directive.
yeah.
If everyone
Let
is
us know.
willing, I will bring everyone together with as many meetings as needed. I just need a commitment that the 2 weeks isn't going to be wasted. I think Alex would agree with that, to say, if we think that we're all willing to have these meetings, let's do it.
Yeah.
It's not that we're trying to waste your time. Okay, we just can't control UDOT. So even if we do all these meetings, it can't be our fault, if that makes any sense, if they are still saying the same thing. Sorry.
To Justin's point, it just becomes pulling the seat up to the table.
I understand.
Good point.
Yeah, it's good guidance, Justin. I mean, I can pull my seat up closer, right, by getting in front of them. And if you can help get us on the phone, because I've asked them to come and I've said it multiple times and they haven't come. So if you've got a magic number to get him on the phone or get him in front of me, I'm happy to ask questions.
Yeah, just be clear, UDOT has been willing to meet with us. It's not that they're not willing to meet. They're just
Okay.
very, very unwilling to give a definitive answer to questions. And
right.
part of it is, as Councilmember Johnson said, I mean, it is a chess match to them. And I think they're concerned everybody is approaching this at a different angle, whether, you're for different options or against different options. And, some people see maybe approval of this project as a way to block this, I mean, there's so many different angles. I can understand UDOT being hesitant to want to take firm stances on different issues because there's a lot of politics behind the scenes. So I think they're doing their best to keep on their process. It is frustrating. It's really frustrating, but they have certainly been willing to meet with us. So I don't want to give the impression of, geez, these guys can go talk to UDOT anytime they want and UDOT won't talk to us. Because I mean, Russ probably talks to UDOT all the time. And
So Matt, do you want to be the contact for the developers to set up the meetings and try to get any kind of schedule put in place?
Happy to.
Okay, so please contact him and then we'll work through him. Okay, thank you for your
Sunday
time.
afternoons is great for me.
Thanks for being
Probably
willing
not.
to help.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to adjourn the work meeting and take a 10-minute break, everyone. So sorry to make you wait, those of you that have come here for the beginning of the meeting. So we'll stop this meeting. We'll re-adjourn at 6:10. Everyone, you've got 10-minute break.
This
September
conference
3rd,
will now be recorded.
Oh, thank you. That's fine. Welcome, everyone, to the September 3rd, 2024 Heber City Council meeting. It is now 6:14 p.m. and I'm Mayor Heidi Franco. Welcome. These council members that are in attendance tonight is a full quorum. We have Scott Phillips, Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Sheetwood, Yvonne Barney, and Mike Johnston in attendance. So we're going to start with the pledge. I'll lead us in the pledge. And then after the pledge, anyone's welcome to come forward to give a prayer or a thought. And if no one does, then Sid Ostergaard is assigned to do that. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would anybody want to come up and give a thought? We have somebody. Oh, Mark? All right. So I just wanted to relate an experience that I had over the weekend. It was it was fun. So currently I have my son Vic is serving on an LDS mission in Chiclayo, Peru, and he comes back in December. And I got a text and he said, "This is Elder Richens, Vic's companion. Can I come by and stop and see you?" And sure, sure. Unfortunately, Jen and I were out in San Diego, but we FaceTimed him. Why I bring this up, it gave me a great perspective of why we are up here. Vic and his companions are serving in Peru and serving the people there in Peru. Us council, we're serving the citizens of Heber. It gave me a better perspective of that. We're here to serve Heber. Also, just like we did in the work session, he gave experience about how they work together to serve, what they did, what we just did. We're working together to serve Heber City. We're doing our best. Our main goal is to do what's best for Heber City. And it kind of just said, okay, this is why I'm up here on this stand, is to serve Heber City. That's it.
Thank you, Sid. Okay, everyone, the next agenda item is a mayor's award for Robin Rains, our assistant recorder for the city. So Cherie, did you want to come and read the nomination that you did, or do you want me to? You feel free. Okay, all right. Cherie, our human resources manager, nominated Robin, and I really appreciated this story. She said, "I witnessed Robin thoroughly listen and help an elderly gentleman demanding that the city change his HOA's CC&Rs, the covenants of the HOA that he'd have to follow. Robin could not have been more empathetic and kind as she explained a convoluted situation to the citizen. Robin walked with him to the planning department, spent enough time with him until he understood that Heber City and his HOA are very different entities. She could have dismissed him and returned to her regular duties. However, she took the time and energy to help him understand and really help. So that's why we want to nominate Robin for the Mayor's Award. Robin, come and get some beautiful flowers. Come on up here. Does any of the council want to get a picture with Robin?
Does she want us in the picture?
Yeah, well.
I'll just stand here. Speech.
Well, that's exactly the kind of service that we appreciate you giving every day, and for the rest of the staff too. That's exactly what we want. We want people to know that they're heard and they are going to be helped when they come. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Okay, our next agenda item is the conflict of interest disclosures. Does anyone have a conflict of interest with any of the agenda items?
I'm going to recuse myself from the bond issuance discussion.
Okay, so that's the three, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, everyone, the consent agenda has 3 items on it. Approval of the August 6th and August 20th City Council meetings. That includes the Truth and Taxation minutes. Number 2 is the ordinance 2024-19, which would amend the Heber City Code Sections 5.04130 and 5.04.135 for the nonprofit special event fee waiver. And Mindy, I think you're online in case anyone has questions for her. And then the third consent agenda item is the cemetery administration and columbarium project for a change order one in the amount of $2,904. Wait a minute, let me say that again. $294,840 plus ordinance 2024-20, which would amend the city's consolidated fee schedule to include the new cemetery niche pricing. Matt is here to answer questions. Okay, so any questions, comments, motions, everyone, on the consent agenda?
Yeah, Matt, I've got a question. Were you going to move to approve?
Yep.
Okay, I've got a
Go ahead.
question, Matt. On the cemetery admin and columbarium part of that consent agenda, the staff report made good sense. The prices and the fees schedule made good sense. If we can pull up CO-01, second columbarium, and then it's got a date and it says the name Matt. I understand, having read the stuff above it, why 273,000. I don't understand why the contractor is adding an extra $22,000 of profit when effectively we're moving a one quantity thing to a two quantity thing. I just don't understand how much more time that takes from them in ordering the columbarium. It'd be different, I think, if this was attached to the construction part or the installation, but it's not. This is just in the ordering change, right? So why are they trying to, or why they're not trying to, they added it. Why are they adding $22,000? And if we don't know, can we go back to them and ask them if they can take that off, given that this is not a profitable thing we're trying to do, and we're already going pretty deep into budget to get it done.
So your observation is dead on. You've got the price for the niche unit of 273,000, and then an overhead profit of about 22,000 approximately. I have had an initial conversation with Kevin Jardine, who's a general contractor, about that. And based upon the feedback I'm getting from you, I'll certainly circle back and have a subsequent conversation about reducing that or perhaps even eliminating it.
Does Mr. Lithgow have any insight on that?
I'm
That's
not
here
sure
in
if
the
Lane would,
chamber.
but
They're different enough that
Okay.
it may, I mean,
I didn't come for this part, but I can certainly answer that.
Okay.
Try to answer it, and don't throw me under the bus if I'm wrong, Scott and Kevin. Typically, in construction, when you have something like this that looks like it's just an additional purchase order, it actually comes down to the fact that you are going to be managing, you're going to be administrating the costs, the fees, the installation, coordinating the installation. All of that is wrapped up into that profit and overhead. So it's not something that would be, we're going to add, 2 stoves and, here we are, we're just purchasing something. But the reality is, with those additional columbariums, it's the entire other columbarium building. They're going to be coordinating the fabrication of those. They're going to be coordinating the transportation, the locating those on the site, and then the installation of those into the columbarium, coordinating those with the subcontractors, everything else. So it's a lot more complex than what it kind of appears to be. But that would be my take. Like I say, don't throw me under the bus, but I'm just.
I appreciate that take. I mean, I assumed, perhaps incorrectly, they're not here to answer, but that OH&P is probably a percent of the thing above it, and it just
It
gets
is.
automatically
It is.
added on.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, given the fact that arguably we had a great discussion about how we could save money, the whole reason we cut this thing out in the first place was to try to save money.
Mhm.
It hits or stings a little bit to add it back. And I would love, Matt, if you would be willing to ask them if they can waive that or reduce that. I don't understand that part. Maybe I'm the only one that had that concern, but the rest of the items I would be ready to move on.
So Aaron,
Motion to approve can I make a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? I appreciate your thoughts,
Without any
but I
changes
disagree.
on 3 then?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. And based on your conversation, usually a contractor, just like Lane said, they need a percentage, just administration and being able to get stuff. And so that's usually what they do. So,
But they're doing that on the first one.
But remember, this is going to be fabricated by Larkin Mortuary. They're the ones going to deliver it. They're the ones I believe is going to crane it in. So I don't think there's a lot of overhead that's attached to this. Most of it be done by Larkin Mortuary.
All right. Any other questions, comments? All right, we'll start with the vote on this end.
Yes.
yes.
No.
Okay. So what was it you were saying? I'm not understanding. So what you're saying then is Aaron, his concern is something that's viable or it's not viable, or, and I understand what Lane was saying, but I'm trying to put it together and I guess I came in too fast and I wasn't caught off guard for a second.
Can I explain my no a little bit better?
Please.
My no is, I'd like at least the question to be asked. We're trying to save taxpayers money. Can we save them some money on this line item? That's my no.
So
I think I heard you ask Matt to
Yeah.
discuss this further with the contractor.
Correct.
yeah.
So that's part of,
what I would, but there's a motion on the
Not in the
table, so we're
motion.
voting.
That's not in
Yeah.
the motion. So that's what I'm wondering why we didn't add that into the motion.
Scott wanted to just proceed.
I disagree.
So
I
can
feel
we-
it's a standard practice in construction.
You can always make another motion after you
So
vote.
can I make a motion then?
You want to
I
amend his motion?
I would like to amend the motion, and not that I'm against it, but I would like to have just further understanding, and if we can, ask just more of a clarity and go along with what Aaron was asking for, because I do understand what Aaron's coming from. We need to make sure that the citizens understand, and since this question has already been brought up, we don't want to go further and ignore any concern that the council members might be having on added expense. And so that way we can bring clarity to the citizens. That's all I'm saying. So I would like to amend the motion that we approve with the exception that we present this or ask Kevin Jardine, yes, okay, Kevin and Scott, if they could just make more clarity on why the added expense is there. And that way we can present it to the community and they'll have a better understanding. That's
Okay.
my motion.
Trina, how are you doing on that? Okay.
Sorry.
Exception to ask Kevin Jardine to ask for a clarification on the OHP line item, and if it can be reduced. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think we should finish.
Go
the
ahead.
roll
Well,
call.
no, because she's asked to amend the motion. Now I have to see if there's a second. Is there a second for her amended motion?
I'll second the amended motion.
Okay, so Aaron has seconded it. So now we have to vote on the amended motion first, right? We go forward with motions, we go backwards with votes. So going forward with a vote now on her motion to approve items 1 and 2, and then to ask Keith Jardine about the clarification or if there's, wiggle room on the OHP line item. Let's take the vote on that right now. Okay, we'll start
Can we
with,
have further discussion just a little bit?
yes, you can. Go ahead.
Are either Kevin or Scott online?
No.
No, no.
So they can't answer it right now.
No.
Okay.
That would have been a good question. Yes. Okay, we ready for the vote?
That was a good call.
No,
I
you
have a
still,
discussion point. If we're going to do this, I would prefer to approve 1 and 2 and pull 3 off for discussion on its own.
I would amend my motion to have that
Okay.
happen.
That's what I think the appropriate thing to do rather than trying to combine these. If that's what we're doing.
This is easy. If she retracts her
I
motion.
understand what you're saying.
so are you going to amend yours? Are you going to amend yours? Are you going to amend yours?
I will amend mine.
I already amended my motion.
Okay, fine.
I didn't hear
Scott
it.
gets to go first.
And we have to make sure there's a second. So who's going to go first here?
Let Scott go first.
Go ahead, Scott. What's your amended motion?
To just vote on 1 and 2 of the consent agenda, leave 3 for a separate item.
Second.
Do you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my
You can
motion.
always make it again, as soon as we vote on this.
I withdraw my
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Sid, you seconded the amended motion?
Yep.
Okay, so let's start over again on that vote. Go ahead with the vote.
Yes.
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 Okay, the amended motion has passed 5-0. Are there any other motions on consent agenda item number 3? Yes, you can make the
Should I
motion.
move to ask him to do something?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
Let's have a discussion if that's what we're going to do.
Oh, okay.
To have
Go
it
for it.
further,
Clarification of
okay.
the money.
What are your questions, Mike?
So I hear that I'm hearing advice to let it be, and I'm hearing a question that maybe we have Matt negotiate a lower OH&P, overhead and profit. I've thought about this now, and I actually think that's appropriate to have that overhead and profit on. I agree with Lane Lithgow as an architect, and I think you're going to agree the same way, Sid. I think that's appropriate. I don't like to pay $21,000, but we removed all this from the original bid to save money. We have learned that it's going to save us more money if we get it done now rather than wait a year or 2 or 3. And so we're actually trying to save money by doing it now. But I think overhead and profit that's how a business actually stays in business. It's how contractors work, and I actually would support keeping it in.
Does anybody have any other questions or motions on number 3?
I'll make a motion.
I think about, discussion. I just think about if somebody asked me to order 2 servers for them, I did the work for the first one, and if I'm just duplicating it again, I wouldn't charge the same labor for the second one. That's my thought process is it's the exact same thing as the first one, and we're adding another one in, which we arguably are adding back in because we had poor information the first time we discussed this, which is that we decided to go with just one of them without the understanding that it was going to be $100 more or $100,000 more because of doing that. That knowledge, that understanding was something that the contractor should have come forward with. They didn't do that extra work to understand that. They didn't ask those questions of Larkin. We know that now. That's not my fault or problem. So I think it's appropriate to say we need to pay for it, but I don't see how that increases our workload another $22,000. I realize that's small, but that's my thought process, given that we are already borrowing from many funds to even make this thing happen in the first place.
Okay, further discussion?
I'll just say that I appreciate that Aaron was willing to stick his neck out and present this in a way because it is something that we have already had discussion and we have promised the citizens that this is not something that we're going to continue to add and add and add. And we've already seen that with the other projects that we have had. And I feel that we are getting, I mean, I don't know if anybody else is, but I get emails constantly and comments, we're just putting so much stress on the citizens and we have all these projects coming in. And even though they understand that there are some that are capital through impact fees, it's all the same. It's just money that they see that we're not keeping track of in their mind. And so I appreciate that Aaron brought that forward. And I will just say this, I'm willing to go ahead and go forward with this, but with this thought, and that is that I would like to ask that the contractors be a little more sensitive going forward, that there's no more of these last minute or sudden adds to when we had a discussion before. Let's not continue to make this a process of let's add another 21,000 or another amount here. I think it's important that we stick to what is being said. I know that things change and I realize that everybody's feeling the pinch right now. But in order for us to present this to the community and have them feel good about this project, which I do. I think this is a great project. I still want to make sure that we are on top of this and we're paying attention to where the money is coming in and going out from. That's my only question. So,
do you want to make a motion on that?
Go ahead,
I'll make a
Scott.
motion and just remind the public that the people that are going to be buried here are going to pay for it. They don't have to worry about it. I move that we pass number 3 of the consent agenda
As written.
as written.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll make my second. And based on, it is company or it's industry standard to do this. And they're not, I feel and I trust the contractor that they're not taking advantage of us. They're just doing industry standard. And
Citizens to know that as well.
and Aaron and Yvonne, I respect your comments.
Yeah, I don't think they're taking advantage of us so much as.
Mayor, if I may, if council's okay, I still intend to have the conversation with him to see if he'll voluntarily bring that down because this is a public project.
Separate from the motion?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Is everyone ready for a vote? All right, let's start on this end.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. All right, everyone, we're ready now to go to our public comment section. And it's up to a maximum of 20 minutes. You can have 3 minutes. Please tell us your name, and the public comment's now open. If you want to come off mute online, I'll call on you, but the public comment's open now.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Delano, and I live on Huckleberry Lane over by Daniels Elementary School. I first want to thank the council members for serving and the police code department for their quick response to some of our complaints. I'm here tonight with 2 questions regarding Heber City Municipal Code 5.26 short-term rental, specifically regarding the intent and the understanding about the occupancy number, 8 or 12, and the number of cars that are allowed. My first question is, please clarify if the occupational number, 8 or 12, was intended to only apply to nighttime hours between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And I ask this on behalf of my neighbors and I, because in a response to a code complaint 185, we were told, quote, during the daytime hours, there is not a limit on visitors at a home unless it's over 500 people at one time for over 2 hours, unquote. My second question is, can you clarify the code that says limited to no more than 4 cars? That does that include cars like guest cars, cars parked in the driveways, garage, cars parked on the street? And are the 4 cars only limited to nighttime hours, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.? And I ask this because in response to code complaint 175, we were told up to 4 vehicles are allowed to be parked in the driveway. But during the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., they are allowed to have several visitors or vehicles in which may be parked along the street, which is public parking. Now, a little history for my last minute here. Over the last 2 months, 2 houses on Huckleberry Lane directly across from each other have been converted into short-term Airbnb rentals. One owner built a 2-story ADU unit to live in while they rent out their larger home out on short-term rental. After a number of phone calls from neighbors, one owner has limited the occupancy to 12 people and advertises no street parking. However, the other owner continues to advertise up to 20 people and 6 cars with street parking. These houses have been rented mostly on weekends and for a few weeks during the summer, and it's estimated they're actually going to make $90,000 this year on what they're renting these houses for, because they're renting to large groups. Especially the 20. To take a minute and imagine living next door where the renters are here because the houses are advertised as large group party homes. Most weekends we've had to endure loud music, children teasing the dogs, noise from the loud groups. Houses have been rented for day parties that have included bouncy houses and more than 20 people. There are 12 children that live adjoining to these 2 houses. We've had to endure cigarette smoke, the smell of marijuana that could be smelled 2 houses away. Guests could be seen sitting in the garage rolling what looked to be like their own smoky material. We've had to endure boats, snowmobiles, ATV trailers, and cars lined on both sides of the streets where children are riding bikes and the traffic is limited to one way. We believe if the minimum of the occupancy number, either 8 or 12, and the maximum number of cars was 4, could be enforced, it would help with keeping our streets safer for our children on bikes and the noise in the residential area. Thank you.
Did you have anything else, though, just to finish up?
No, the only thing I had was, we're no longer, because especially this one house that refuses or is, they have been, the code department, I believe, have talked to them, but they're still, like they had a big party over the weekend. There were over 7 cars and they're living in the back. Sometimes they're home, sometimes they're not, but we're unable to enjoy an evening out in our backyard because of the noise.
I would really like you to speak with our police chief. It's
Okay.
his officer that is our code enforcement officer.
Right.
I think we should look into the licensing, right, of this STR, short-term rental. Do you have anything else?
Well, the only thing is your business license sent me to the code department. And the code department has actually told me that I need to bring this up with council. So this is, and I think the parking on the street seems to be a big issue because how I understand it, it's public parking, so they can't enforce that, is what I've been told by the code department. But I guess what we're asking is, can they enforce the 4 cars at least? And then that will solve a lot of the occupancy issue. But we really were surprised when, I guess our question is, was the intent of the 8 or 12 just for nighttime? I did try to research online when this was discussed.
That was mostly the discussion.
To read the minutes.
Was overnight. We didn't really have a daytime discussion, as I recall, with any maximum. But we thought that the people staying in the home, right, especially overnight, should have that kind of limit. So Mike, did you want to say something here?
I think that's wrong. We absolutely, and I think we are going to have a discussion with Chief at some point, but soon. But I believe our code also prohibits parties.
On the list, and I should have printed it off, but it just says the occupancy number is either 12 if it's a vacation home and 8 if it's owner occupied, which the house that he built the AUD in to live in and is renting out. So now he's getting residency, even though, so I'm not quite sure if that was the intent anyway, because now his property taxes have been discounted.
Yeah.
Which is kind of another issue. But that's why we're really tonight asking the occupancy. And that's really it. And I know, how do you enforce that the people are there? And the code department has told us that they can't do it. Like, we can't file a complaint. We actually have to call dispatch because they can't do things that have, in the past. So yeah, we're just, we're having a lot of trouble with, especially this one house.
So I'm sure that the code officer has been documenting your complaints, right? And you mentioned the case number, right?
Correct.
Okay. Chief, have you been? Okay, Jeremy, is there anything else you want to add, or should we just take this after the meeting?
Discussing it, and we are looking at some code changes to bring back to council to have better enforcement options. More requirements to address some of these things like loud outdoor parties, noise that can be heard outside, these type of things. We're looking at including both fines for the renters and the homeowners so that we can have situations where the renters get a fine and they're going to obviously leave bad reviews on near Airbnb and say, geez, we ran this house and we got fined, and so we're looking at a bunch of different options. We're going, these are really hard, as you know. The parking is really problematic. I mean, it's really hard for someone to go out there and, residents can say, hey, look, we don't know any of these 6 cars. There must be at this house, but it's hard for code enforcement to go out there and figure out who owns those cars, figure out if they're part of that group. So there's a lot of issues. We're looking at it and we're hoping to make some progress.
Yvonne wanted to say something too.
Is there anything we can do?
Exactly. That's the question.
Photograph.
Document's huge. And
they've done all
again,
of that.
Pardon me?
Tell us while it's occurring so we can go out there and check it out. And it definitely, if it's like a party with loud music, we can do the loud music. Some of these other ones are problematic for us to try to enforce. Kind of like what he said. So what we've encountered is, for instance, there'll be more than 4 cars, and we go up and we'll encounter the person who's actually renting it saying, no, that's not theirs, that's ours.
Say it again.
They would claim that it's their
about the renters, or they would say they're just visiting for a little bit, and so they're not staying there overnight, they're just having visitors with us. And the code just doesn't address all those little nuances, it just makes enforcement very difficult.
So Jeremy, can we address those things in your code updates?
That's what I was going to say, is that we need to, this is something that's not just the only place. I mean, there has been other comments and emails and so forth, and I think it is obviously we're creating this issue. The more people we get into the community, the more problems we have with the short-term rentals, and these STRs are becoming something where it's that gray zone that we're not getting exactly addressed the way we need to. And when you hear citizens coming forward and saying, I have a problem here, this person, we're living in an HOA, which obviously we can't do anything about it when it comes to an HOA. But I think we're getting this all mixed in. We need to have very specifics. And I think it needs to be where there is no gray shadow, where somebody can say, oh, I didn't know that, but I'm not really doing, they're only visiting for just a minute. I mean, there needs to be strict, and I think the fines need to be sharp and immediate, because I think when you hit people where it counts, and that's their pocketbook, and obviously this is a make money situation where they're just trying to turn over a buck and in the easiest way possible, and this is how they do it. We need to remove that manipulation if we can. So I'm hoping, can we in some form coming forward, let's do that. So
Chief and Jeremy, what's your timeline to try to bring this to the city council? Do you know yet? Is it October?
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Yes.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, well, I
You know,
think
we've been discussing it. We've been looking
I'd
at
rather
it.
it be
We've
right.
been researching the other cities to see what the best practices are that really is enforceable. Again, some of these things like the parking is really hard, but there's like some cities say like restrict hot tub usage after 11 months. You know, if you can see the hot tub, it's easy. Now, our police do obviously have an issue about probable cause, you know, so, we have some limited issues too, that you can't just, walk into someone's house and say, okay.
so. Cindy, here's my card, and I'll let you know when we bring this back. Okay, but you got,
What I can say
you
is
got
we're
to
doing it as
email
quickly
me.
as we can.
Yeah.
Do we go ahead and put in a code complaint? Is that how to keep
Every
track?
time, every time.
Online? Correct, and that's what we've been doing. I guess I also would ask.
If it's like a complaint that's occurring right now, like loud music, it's called dispatch. Because if the code enforcement officer is not working, like in the middle of the night, typically they will send out an honest.
Can I ask how many code complaints there have been on rental properties?
I don't know that.
Okay, because I think that would be a very good question that
This is
the
the
city
number one
should.
complaint we get with Nightly Rentals.
Pardon me?
This is the number one complaint we get with Nightly Rentals.
Right, so I guess that's why, you're right, so.
If you'll email me, so I've got your email address, and then you know to do the complaints, and then I'll keep bugging, we'll keep bugging to try to get this back to us as soon as possible. And we definitely want you or any of your neighbors to come and give us information, and or email us too.
Thank you very
Okay?
much.
Thank you. Sorry we don't have a faster answer for you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to give a public comment, or anyone online? Just come off mute and I'll call on you. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone online. I'm not seeing anyone come forward in the chambers. Okay, everyone, I'll close the public comments and we'll go to our general business items. And the first general business item is the Heber Valley Railroad presentation on an overview, update, and future plans. And we have with us Mark Nelson, the Executive Director of the Heber Valley Railroad. Thank you for joining us tonight. Yep, right here. Or you're welcome to sit also. The microphone's there.
My name's Mark Nelson. I'm the Executive Director of the Heber Valley Railroad. I have some slides.
Great, great.
Thank you for allowing me to come, give you an update. There's a lot of stuff
More often
going on. Okay, I will.
All aboard the Heber Valley Railroad. Best jingle in the valley.
Oh, great, great. Did you want to control the mouse? Do you want to control it? We can
It
bring it
doesn't
over
matter,
for you.
or I can just say next, whatever you want.
But if that works.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Jamie.
Okay, so I thought that I would very quickly go through some slides about where we are and what's going on. And when I get to the end, there are a couple of things that are asks or potential asks to this council. So we'll get to those. But I thought some who are watching, who are here, might not be familiar with the Heber Valley Railroad. So I'll very quickly give an overview of that. Next. So the Heber Valley Historic Railroad Authority was established in 1992 by the Utah State Legislature. We're an independent entity of the state of Utah. In essence, we operate like a private company, but we're owned by the state of Utah. All the funds of the railroad stay in the railroad. They aren't sent up to Utah, to the state of Utah, and we don't receive any ongoing funds from the state of Utah or anyone else on an ongoing basis. Although we do ask for funds from all over the place all the time. I would mention here, because I don't have it elsewhere, that prior to this organization, there was a privately owned tourist railroad under a couple of different names and companies that operated from 1970 to 1989. It went bankrupt and was sold off. And before that, the Denver Rio Grande Railroad built the spur of tracks from Provo to Heber in 1899, and they operated until they abandoned the tracks in the late 1960s. I mentioned that because on September 27th and 28th, we're having a big celebration, celebrating the 125th anniversary of when the first train came to Heber on September 29th, 1899. So on the 27th and 28th, you're all invited to our party. You'll hear more about that later in the details. Okay, next. The Heber Valley Railroad has 8 full-time employees and about 70 part-time employees right now, and that number goes up by about 100 to 125 during Christmas. Next. This is our board of directors. This is who I report to. And on any of these, if any of you have any questions, please interrupt me and ask. Next. Okay. We operate on 15.5 miles of track that is jointly leased from UDOT and Utah State Parks. We just signed a renewal to that lease for the next 30 years. We operate year-round and provide scenic daytime rides and a lot of other special events. Last year, we ran 545 trains and carried about 135,000 passengers. We have been growing and been profitable for the past 10 years. We have 2 steam locomotives. Unfortunately, neither one of those is in service right now. We have 5 diesel locomotives and 13 passenger cars in service, with 4 more which will go into service, we hope, before the end of the year.
I have a question.
Yep.
With the steam, what's the holdup on that? Is it just in money trying to service it, or is it finding someone who can?
It's the most frequently asked questions I get, besides why did we take the tracks out down in the canyon? It's a very complicated answer. It's because of labor. We are a victim of our own success. Last year, we ran 545 trains and carried 135,000 passengers. And the 618 steam locomotive was parked in 2010 because it reached its condemning limit and just sat there on the tracks not being worked on because of the financial condition of the railroad. The 618 was put back into the shop and started working on it in the fall of 2014. So it's been there for almost 10 years. And its restoration and complete rebuild is about 60% complete. And the other 40%, I mentioned that we have 8 full-time employees. 4 of those are in the shop working on the 5 diesel locomotives, the 13 passenger cars, the tracks, and 545 trains operating every year. And that uses up all of our labor and more. And it's a labor problem, not a money problem, why the 618 isn't finished. That's the simple answer. Okay, I want to talk about 2 general things, trails and right-of-way and buildings and infrastructure. There's a lot of very interesting and exciting things going on. Next, please. As you all know, 2.5 years ago, the Provo Parkway project was funded by the Transportation Commission. As I recall, the meeting was in this room in May of but anyway, it was funded. And the first step in that parkway process was for UDOT instructing us to remove the tracks from Horseshoe Bend down to Vivian Park so that that could serve as a right-of-way to build the parkway. And then at the end of the project, which was going to be right now in the late summer of 2025, new tracks would be put back in. While we were still removing those tracks, litigation happened. The project went on hold. It's never gone out for bid, and it's in the courts with us not having tracks to speak of below the dam. So that project is on hold. That is a significant concern to the Heber Valley Railroad and is the biggest threat to the long-term success of the Heber Valley Railroad. Soldier Hollow to the Heber Valley Railroad Depot, that trail segment, as I think you all know, has been approved, has been funded, and is underway in stages of engineering. It's divided into 3 segments. And I think 2 of those segments have the engineering done and are just waiting to schedule them. I think segment C, segment A, which is from the Soldier Hollow, basically from Tate Barn to Highway 113. I think that's going to proceed first. I'm not sure, next year. And segment C, which is from Edwards Lane to 650, basically arriving there at the railroad. The engineering is also finished for that and is ready to go whenever construction starts. And then segment B is kind of stuck with a technical issue, but is at its 60% engineering level, trying to solve a couple of right-of-way issues with the Mitigation Commission and Provo River.
Mark, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Will the county be putting that out to bid? The city is funding part of it, right, where it comes through the city?
Yeah, I don't know who puts it out to bid. It's not the county, I don't think. I'm not sure. I really don't know the answer to that.
Oh, I'm just wondering who to go to for that.
Yeah, I don't know, sorry. Okay, the dam to Soldier Hollow segment, again, as you all know, there isn't any actual work being done on that right now, but the plan is, I believe, to pave a trail so that there will be a continual paved trail from Vivian Park all the way into Heber, and to have a separate equestrian trail. I don't think there's any work being done on that, but I know that's on the schedule and the radar of the trails folks. Okay, the next bullet. We have recently, a couple of years ago, Utah County Parks and Recreation did a new master plan for Vivian Park. And I'll show you a drawing in a few minutes. That included a turntable at Vivian Park, the potential for a turntable in Vivian Park. And I think you know what a turntable is, that you can spin a car or a locomotive around in particular. You can spin the steam locomotive around specifically. That's both an amazing tourist attraction and also a very practical thing. So the steam locomotive's going forward instead of backwards as it goes up the canyon. Also, I will mention that as part of the Provo Parkway project, before we took the tracks out, the siding that's the side track that you can switch the locomotive around, only allowed us to take a train to Vivian Park that was 4 cars long. And the siding, when the tracks go back in as part of the agreed upon plans, will allow us to take 8 to 10 cars down there. In other words, the biggest trains we do. So that will be a great advantage. As you also know, there is some land was donated to Midway City at the intersection of 113 and the tracks, and that Midway City has plans to put a parking lot, a trailhead, and a little restroom facility with a whistle stop so the train can stop and pick people up there with their bicycles. And so that's something that's coming in the near future, we hope. And then lastly on this list,
Sorry, is that the Ken Seegard? No, kidding.
we're having some discussions with Soldier Hollow. I think you mentioned or I read somewhere there's a Soldier Hollow Advisory Board meeting later this week. And that's one of the things I think we'll talk about there is the possibility of running a spur up to the Day Lodge for the Olympics to use for transportation. I'll show you a rough sketch of that also. Next, please. Okay. So I would like you all for just a minute to visualize this right-of-way with all of these things. Visualize that those tracks are all in and that trail is all in. And we can run trains year-round to Vivian Park, all during the winter, which we've never been able to do. Imagine turntables at both ends of the track, one on the Heber end somewhere and one on the Vivian Park end, with a 618 steam locomotive in service. Imagine us carrying bicycles and people, especially in the warm weather months, and having a train down at Vivian Park that picks people and their bicycles up and brings them up the hill and lets them ride back down. And imagine a dinner train service, which we plan to experiment with next year, and a 2-train service, which we will also start doing next year, with the eventual capacity of having 2 North Pole Express trains, one that originates in Provo Canyon, and they both come up halfway on the track and share the same North Pole. Next, please. So I have several drawings here that I want to show you. So this is a drawing from the Vivian Park Master Plan that shows the potential location for a turntable in Vivian Park. Next. And this is a rendering from the Provo River Parkway plans that shows one of the most important parts of the trail is getting rid of the bridge at Wildwood that has piers in the river. And this would be a single foundation with 2 clear span bridges, one for people on the trail and one for the train. Next. This is just a picture of a turntable if you wanted to see what a turntable looks like. So this is a small turntable. That one looks like it's about 60 feet long, and it would be a small turntable, kind of like this, that would be at Vivian Park. And if you could show the next one, please. That's a picture of a big turntable, about a 110-foot turntable that would potentially be up here in Heber somewhere. Next. This is a drawing from Lithgow Architecture, and Lane is here. And if you have any questions about this, you can ask him because he's here. But I wanted to point out 2 things in this. Up in the top right-hand corner, you can see that there is a sketch or a concept of one place that a turntable could go. This is by no means a plan. This is just an idea. But a turntable could potentially go there, as well as several other places in this area. And you can imagine if it was there, what a tourist attraction, what an attraction to residents and non-residents that would be to watch the steam locomotive turn around.
So this sketch, Mark, takes away the existing road that connects, right? It would be
It does.
just train traffic.
Yeah, but it doesn't, yes. The simple answer
I
is
just
yes,
wanted to get it
but
out
the
there.
turntable could go there without that road being closed. The other thing that I wanted, no, if you, yeah, the other thing I wanted to point out is that you can see the buildings and the little sketches. I'm going to show you some more pictures of those. Those are really important to the railroad. Why don't we go to the next one? That will be uglier but easier. So our existing shop building, the gray roof there, was built in 1997. It's about 80 feet by 100 and something, 110 or 20 or something. In 2018 and 19, we built the coach storage building above it, which is 300 feet long and basically 100 feet wide. And right now we're having Let's Go Engineering doing engineering work for us to extend our shop where you see the green footprint. That, Councilmember Barney, you asked the question about the steam locomotive. Let me give you, without taking very long to do it, a very practical example about why we have to have this shop extension. A few weeks ago, while we're going on a train ride, a very unique little accident happened, and two train cars, they're hooked together by a coupler, right? And those couplers go back into the car, and there's a bunch of mechanical stuff. And the two cars in question, one was 100 years old and one was about 95 years old. And to make a long story short, some stuff failed on the inside of those cars, and the two cars kind of hooked themselves together. And it was no big deal. It wasn't a safety thing or anything like that. But when we got into that, there was a bunch of work required on one of the cars where we had to lift it up on jacks and take the trucks out and redo some steel work, which has turned out to take 3 weeks or more to do. So now, in the only place in the shop where you can be under the crane, we've had this car there up on jacks. And that means that we can't do anything else under the crane in the shop. We have several projects in the queue that were supposed to be done during the month of August and September, which haven't been done so far because the only place we have to work on a car is taken and there's nothing we can do about it. This shop extension will open up at least 4 more places where cars could be worked on under the crane. So the overhead crane will extend all the way out in that green footprint. So a very important project for us. Okay, next. Here's a beautiful rendering of what that coach storage extension might look like. And if you couple that, I didn't include a picture of the existing coach storage building, but it also has a gorgeous brick front, which most people don't see very often. But anyway, we're very excited about the possibility of building this. And if we do build this, and if you have any questions about it, everyone, Scott and Lane, Scott, who would be the general contractor, and Lane, who has designed it, can answer those. But it would be a 2-year project to put that together. Okay, next. I mentioned the Soldier Hollow spur, and you can see in this, you can see where Highway 113 is and where the tracks cross. This is just a possibility, just a concept. And I know as soon as I showed this to someone, they said, "Hey, Mark, trains don't make 90-degree turns." I know, I actually know that. But this would be a possible route where a spur of track could go up to the day lodge. And that's a discussion, at least, that the Olympics folks and the Soldier Hollow folks want to have. So let's, okay. I wanted to show you this slide very quickly that is a very rough estimate. And now the dates are wrong because we don't know when the litigation is going to get solved on the Parkway project, but that represents about $10 million of capital improvement projects, which we anticipate needing to fund in the next 6 years. Next. Okay, now I'm to the ask part, the potential ask part. Do you all know what this is? What building is this? This is the Rio Grande Depot in Salt Lake. The sign you see lit up there is the 75-year-old Young Electric Sign Company neon sign, which they built way back in the 40s or 50s for the top of that depot. Next. There's another picture of it during the daytime. About 5 years ago, they had Young Electric Sign Company build a new sign for them, and they took that sign down. And we asked them if we could have it, and they gave it to us. So can we should look at the next slide? There it is, hanging on the inside of the wall of our coach storage building. We have had many meetings with a lot of individuals, but primarily Young Electric Sign Company, and have signed an agreement with them to have them restore this sign, to remove the neon, to restore all the sheet metal that is bent and worn, and to rebuild the sign with a new structure and with LED lights that can be controlled the way LED lights do now. The next one, please. So here's a rendering from Young Electric Sign Company, which shows, this is a view from standing on 600 West, looking at the side, looking to the west, looking at the side of our existing shop building, and a possible location of the Rio Grande sign sitting on the roof of the shop building.
Jamie, can you zoom in on the dimensions? Is that 72? I see long.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think that fits very well with Heber's sign ordinance. And so I would like to ask Heber City, and I've met with Tony Kohler and started at least the conversation and wanted to come here and ask Heber City to consider a conditional use permit or whatever might be required so that we could someday show the sign. I think we will have the construction of the letters, the restoration of the letters done this year before the end of the year. But the coach storage building won't be done this year or next year. And so I'm not sure about the when, but our vision for this sign is that it would not be lit up every night. It would be a special occasion kind of thing, kind of when they light the letter on a mountain or something like that. But it's a very cool historic sign. And I remind everyone that these tracks are Rio Grande tracks. These tracks were built by the Rio Grande Railroad in 1899.
Yeah, and that's what I was my first question, why Rio Grande? Everybody's going to say, oh, isn't this Heber Railroad or is this Rio Grande? So that kind of made the story.
It's Rio Grande. It is Rio Grande. And if you come on the 125th celebration, you'll see that we have two paint schemes. We have Rio Grande's 1949 Bumblebee paint scheme on our closed window streamlined cars that have air conditioning in the newer cars. And then we have the 1920s and 30s Pullman green, which many railroads, including the Rio Grande, used in the 1920s and 1930s. We have several Rio Grande cars that we already own. We have a Rio Grande diesel locomotive that we own. So this is a very cool project, and I would mention that the total cost of this project is going to be about $100,000. And we received a $20,000 grant so far from UDOT to help in the restoration of the sign. Next.
Cool.
Okay, the other thing is the last thing I want to mention. You all can see where this is, the corner of 600 West and 300 South, and the thick black line that is drawn on that image, and it says extended platform. Currently, the Heber Valley Railroad has a 750-foot platform that goes from that entrance, that driveway entrance, 750 feet down the other way. And we can put a train on there that is 9 cars long. That's how long a train will fit on those 750 feet. We have plans, and as you know, Heber City's mayor has reminded me more than once that we have some pretty ugly boxcars parked on that little stretch of track right there. Not a very good welcome wagon for everyone who's coming. Well, they're about to go away because we want to extend the platform all along there to 300 South. And we hope to do that this fall to start that construction project. And so that would mean that we could then have either 2 trains, one on the main platform, one on this one, that could leave separately, and so on. And so that's our land. I don't think we need any ask from Heber City to do that, but I wanted to let you know about that. But the part I did want to ask about is where the blue line is. And so it would be very helpful to us while we're building this platform or after we build this platform to have a switch there with a single track that goes down where the blue line is. And what that would allow us to do, if you can imagine that there's a train sitting on the inside track, and now we want that train to go, and there's still another train on the main track in front of it, we could back that train up on the blue line and go out on the other track and go around the train that's already sitting at the depot.
I have a question on that. Would that be in our right-of-way easements or anything to that effect?
Okay,
Or?
next slide.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so I've been in the surveyor's office for some time, and yeah, and if you could go up to the top a little, and there are a lot of different drawings, but this is a very recent one. Yeah, scale up so you can see the bottom of this, please. Or you can. Okay, there's 6th and 300, and the cross-hatched section is in question about who owns it. There are a few different plans that I just looked at with the surveyor that says old railroad property. And I met with Mayor Franco, Councilman Kendall Crittenden, and Jason Norland last week, and we talked about this. And it is my understanding from that meeting that Heber Light and Power, for their construction project they're doing, assumes their line is the line on the left. So that all of that space is part of the right of way to your question. And so here's why I bring this blue line up, because if we were to put that track there, it would have to cross the road. So there would be cement panels there with the tracks in the cement panels, like any crossing. And then it would be basically hugging the fence line, over by the fence line. As I went and walked that today, that I don't know exactly what it is, but I think on this corner, you can see that it kind of angles and gets smaller. Up at this end, it's probably 35 feet, and down at this end, like 55 feet or something. There's plenty of room there to have a single track and to have a 12-foot trail or whatever we were going to do. So I'm not asking for anything right now or specifically, just making you aware of.
Can I ask a question?
That's a future ask
In the
that,
past, where was the original, I mean, didn't we have Heber Valley Railroad?
yeah, that's
coming
where the
down?
tracks went. They
That's
went
what
all the way down and crossed Midway Lane
Yes, I
to the old
remember that.
depot.
Yeah.
Huh?
We lift our feet up and yell on the bus when we go across.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that. Can we, unless you have questions, we can go to the next one.
So
Well-
let's pause. Let's just pause right here for a second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sid.
So with that, we're crossing a road. Would we have to do, and this maybe is a question for us, any signage, blinking lights saying train and stuff like that? So
We for sure would have to, I don't know.
It is.
This never seems like it works.
It did.
Whatever. We would for sure have to put up at minimum some signage similar to what we have on Southfield Road. Now we're talking about making some other improvements there with some arms and things like that. But for sure, we'd have to do something like that. I mean, there is concern about cutting off access to our public works facility there. How long that takes, I don't know. I mean, that's a concern. I can tell you that when Heber Light and Power's plan moved forward, this is something we were aware of, and our assumption was that this was part of the right-of-way Heber City land. We do have a trail along there, so just a little background information on when Heber Light and Power's.
thanks.
Do you think the trail and the platform could be combined at all in this area if the city were to approve those tracks?
Not a platform though, just a track, no platform. there.
Oh, so the trail would be
Just a
next to
single
the,
track.
okay, okay.
A lot of space.
But there is going to be a trail up to Midway Lane along there too. That was the point of the trail, to tie the rail to trail all the way around.
So there's issues to consider. It sounds like Mark's not looking for an answer right now. Yeah, definitely impact access.
So my final question to Russ and Tony, when you required the trail and the park strip for Heber Light and Power, is it on the west side of that crosshatch? Or does it go to the road?
If I remember right, it's in the middle of that area.
It's in the middle of the crosshatch. So Heber Light and Power, when we talked in this meeting last week, Jason Norland was not dramatically concerned about losing parking along that first, parking row that's next to the park strip, and the trail. He felt that there was likely other parking that was going to replace it just fine. I don't know. I wanted you to think about that. But I feel that this is something that we can do to help the railroad, obviously, so that they can be as successful as they need to be and be able to move their equipment around. So council, this is not a time to vote, but is anyone concerned about Mark going forward to work with Heber Light and Power and the city to be able to try to arrange something like this?
No concerns from me. I think it'd be cool.
And your sign don't move.
I think it'd be cool to put the track
Don't
back where it
move.
was. Mark, because it crosses the road, does the engine have to go on the other side?
Yes.
So the engine would have to, that's part of your plan about why it's there, so that it can go across first like the others?
Well, yes. Yes.
Go ahead, Mike.
I think it's fine as long as it's not a parking place for old box cars.
Right. It can't, yeah, it couldn't be
would
one
just
of
be a
the, it
transfer now.
wouldn't ever be a parking place for anything.
Yeah, that seems reasonable then to me.
Switching track.
Yeah, no problem.
I like the box cars.
I do too, actually, but just not in front of Heber
How
Light
long
and
does it
Power.
take? Yeah.
How long does that process take to back a train up and
We're going to have our chief engineer. Oh, no, Scott.
Chief engineer.
I
and
just
photo
have
washer.
another comment about that sign, and I apologize if I sound like I have a retainer in my mouth, because I do. That sign, when the shop extension is in place, will complement that sign incredibly well. Right now, you see a picture of the 92,
97.
97 shop. It looks a little out of place, but when that shop extension goes in with the brick along there, it'll be absolutely gorgeous.
Are you going to wait to put it in though until the extension is done so it can be up on top of that little,
Is
ridge you have there on
that
the
the
top?
normal conditional approval of 3 years?
I
No,
just
I'm
thought,
just
I
kidding.
thought the new building might block it where you've got it positioned on your old building.
Yeah, we're getting the cart before the horse a little bit, but yeah, if we believe that we're going to go ahead right away with the shop extension building, then we'll suggest the structure for the sign is in the appropriate place. And right now, it looks like that we would wait and not put it on the shop. We would put it on the coach store, on the new extension somewhere.
Okay, so council, I'm not hearing any negatives at this point. I hope, Mark, that you can go back and work with Heber Light and Power and Tony and Russ and Jamie, right, on your needs,
Yeah.
and then bring us whatever it is we need to approve so that this can proceed.
Thank you.
Tony?
One more slide.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. From my perspective, I'm not hearing objections to working towards the sign.
So my question is, okay, do we set a precedence? I think we don't if we go under the CUP, because then whoever goes,
So understand, this would actually be a zone change development agreement that would
Oh,
be
would
a
be.
development agreement tied to a zone change. We wouldn't be
Okay.
amending the zoning ordinance. So everybody's still going to have to comply. And I think you're on safe ground because it's a legislative decision. I think it's also tied to, being a historic railroad and all that. So I don't
as long
think,
as we're not setting
yeah.
the precedence,
I-
and
okay.
there's,
And as part of that agreement, we would work with, on conditions like only being lit during special events, probably, and being sensitive to adjusting for brightness, what have you.
Well, that's already in the dark sky ordinance.
Yep.
So it may not be as bright as you want, Mark, but I'm sure the holiday lighting could be accommodated for, and that would be really fun at Christmas and so forth. Mike, did you have a question?
I love the sign.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I love what you're doing, and I love the vision, and it's exciting. I hope to see it all happen. So I'm going to ask you a question. How does the county council feel about master planning this area? We've talked about it. You've talked about it. Is that something that is going forward? Because you showed a master plan of some sort. And how can we help?
Mike, what a great segue to my last slide. Can we go to the last slide? No, the next one. The next one. That's the last slide. No, one more back. There you go. Okay, so I think there are many, many things that the Heber Valley Railroad and Heber City have in common as goals. And 600 West is definitely one of them that is in the railroad's best interest to see the kind of vision and plans that Heber City is putting forth. That's really good for the railroad. The railroad is for that. And I would say that the board of the Heber Valley Railroad, my impression is that they also are supportive of that. I'll come back to your specific question in just a minute. I also feel like the area at Midway Lane, the two old depots and what happens to those, and the old village there, what happens to that, and as well as the 100 South and 600 West properties that are on the corners there where the bank is and where the boats and stuff are stored. That's critical. That's critical that that gets developed in the right way. We've heard all of these. Now I'm getting I'm getting on a different hat a little bit, but those, that's a gathering place. That's a gathering place that Roger Brooks always envisions and talks about. That's the best. That's a great place for it on that corner on both sides. And that's the gateway to come down and then have a big overhead
amen,
bridge that you drive under. That's the entrance to the park and the railroad and all the stuff that goes there, and a channel up to the park on 300 and all of that stuff. So the railroad is, that's really good for the Heber Valley Railroad. And then the quiet zone crossings that we've been discussing are also an important part of that to the railroad that Heber City is considering. So I don't know if that specifically answered your question, which I'm not going to answer any more specifically than that. But
You did answer it. That's
okay.
great.
All right. And then if you have any questions, thank you very much for your time. That's my last slide.
I'm not sure if Richard wants to say anything online. Richard's underneath Dustin, His is lighting up. I'm not sure either. So Richard, we know you're also here for the ordinance on the courts zone change. So we're going to proceed if that's all right.
Thank you.
Mark, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark.
Do you think we can't hear him, Trina?
No, I think that there's something wrong with our program, that his square is lighting up like
Well, now he's on mute. Oh no, and now he's back. Now he just came back again. Sorry, Richard. Thank you for your patience with our technical issues. Okay, everyone, we're going to the next agenda item on the general business, and that is the monthly development report with Jamie Barron, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just going down, this is kind of where we're at with the year. We're basically trending a little bit ahead of last year, basically where we were with 2022 in terms of applications. So we're steady. 2021 was a pretty busy year. We've received some site plans, some commercial, some preliminaries, and we're going to go through these. We received a request for road dedication for Jordanelle Ridge Village 2 Phase 3B, which ultimately is the extension of Coyote Canyon Parkway. If you were to go up to where it's at now and it stops and turns into a dirt road, going farther up that canyon is what they're looking at dedicating. So they're doing that to try to get some of the infrastructure and the road dedication done first before they move into some of the subdivisions up there. We've got a commercial concept for the Heber Medical Office Building. This is actually just south of the medical office building that's by a Coyote in the Springs. So this would be just south of there, some additional office buildings in that. And those are conditional use in the the R3 zone. And so we would just run them through that site plan and conditional use process. They're looking into some of the access and other requirements per the annexation and development agreement. So they'll be back in the future, but they just came for concept at this time. We've done a site plan for the Edgewood Hangar. This is for Jason Talley's project, just here on the northeast side of the airport. And so that's gone through Planning Commission at this point. Hangar 39, this is Mel McQuarrie's hangar. So there's a pad there just southwest of the office at the airport. This is the office right here, and this is the main entrance. So he's actually working on those improvements and trying to get his site plan done. He has not been to Planning Commission at this point. Commercial condos. This is Lot 8, the Power Industrial Park. It's an existing building. They're looking to just condominiumize it so they can sell some of the units instead of just having it all be a lease. Sawmill Phase 8, they've applied for preliminary or final. Sorry, they've gone through preliminary and they're looking for final plat approval. These ones are for the condos and they're just north of the school site. And then same in Phase 9. These are the ones that are the apartment buildings where we actually have the agreement to do the reduced rent for those uniformed officers who bring their vehicle home. And so we're going to be seeing those come forward as well in order for them to start that construction. There's two subdivisions up kind of near and around the Heritage Farms Parkway. The one is the Evans subdivision. I know you're a little bit aware of that. They're looking at a small subdivision. There's some discussion about, that I won't get into at the moment, but I know there's some conversation about the agreement that they have with the city. But again, they're looking at 4 units with a private drive, and so we'll continue those conversations. The Pearson subdivision / Valley Hills amendment. Ultimately, Mr. Pearson owns a lot 11 in Valley Hills, and he has some space to the adjacent and then large piece of property to the south. and he's looking at modifying that to expand his personal lot, and then we're not actually he's incorporating some of that into his personal lot, and then he's trying to create another buildable lot in that property. So
Well, I was wondering about the access on that. Does he have to cross the canal? Does he need to get access on that and build a bridge and so forth?
So that is where he is proposing access from Valley Hills Drive.
Mhm.
And so we would be taking, as we go through this process, we would be coordinating with the canal company. That he'll be accessing over the easement, but I don't know that he's actually going to access over the canal. So, but that's something we're going to address.
Is that the same property that put the big berm up around that whole area? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just some honorable mentions, Turner Mill, their commercial subdivision. So they're looking at dividing their larger commercial piece into multiple pads or multiple lots so that they can start to work on their commercial development on that south end of town. So we also received the Wellberg annexation, the Harvest Village MDA application, so that as we move forward, we can work through that or however you want to. I know you talked about that earlier tonight. And then North Village Views has applied for preliminary as well. And they've also requested an MDA amendment to address the issues with the realignment of the road that was in partnership with Jordan L. Ridge and the Highlands.
Is that the realignment of a collector road, or is it that road that was going to kind of come through and go to the north for other people to have access?
This was the
Off
collector
of where
road.
Molten Lane was, which one?
This was the collector road.
The collector road?
Mhm.
So is that a major or minor amendment in your opinion right now?
I think based on what we understood is it was a major amendment because it did shift around some of the unit types.
Okay, so that'll come to us then. Will you bring it next time?
Yeah, so when they just barely applied for that one, so we'll bring
Okay,
it to
so it
you
might be a bit. Okay. Any other questions, council? All right, thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to the next action, the action item agenda. And we have Marcus Keller here to help us with the next three items. Please come forward, Marcus. Thank you for joining us. We have three separate resolutions, but everyone, you should know that the wording has been somewhat updated. So if you do make motions on these different resolutions that Marcus will explain, please include in your motion that as updated, just so that we can go over that updated language and it can be included in the motion. Thank you, Marcus. Okay, Russ, you're going to go first?
Yeah,
Thank
sorry, I
you.
just wanted to introduce this really quick, kind of remind the council where we are at with this. So I've had the opportunity to meet with each of you and talk about the funding for the Central Heber project. Through those discussions, all of you had indicated support for pursuing funding to finish out that project as long as it didn't result in an additional rate increase to the residents. As mentioned before, we had put some money in the budget for the next several years in our CIP to start building a reserve for future improvements. And the proposal here is to utilize that money that we were setting aside for future reserves to of course pay for these bonds or this additional funding. We have applied and been partially awarded. I guess maybe that's not the wrong one. We applied to the Division of Water Resources for money for the water portion. They have approved our application and are proposing a 0% interest for 25 years.
I believe so.
I think it's 25 years. 25 years. Now there's a funding authorization meeting that comes later, but the initial application was approved, which is fantastic. The other application will be going to the CIB right now, and that meeting is actually this Thursday. We'll be asking for supplemental funding, and the request is an extension of the same terms that they originally granted. So Marcus Keller is here with Cruz. He's going to kind of go over some of the details about coverage rates and parameters and those kind of things, and here if you have any questions.
Thanks, Russ.
Russ?
Hi, it's nice to meet everyone. Marcus Keller with Cruz and Associates. It's fun to be back here. It's kind of gone full circle. I was here in 2022 when we first started and did the initial bonds. So it's kind of fitting to be on this next leg of it as well. So Just to kind of give everyone a brief overview of what we're looking at tonight, and I'm going to describe all three in the same kind of summary here, but happy to break out each one or answer any additional questions. But the parameters tonight is the first step of the bonding process. It begins this process so that we can move forward with public hearings, start getting legal documents drafted and so forth. But it's basically the city's intent to move forward within the parameters that the city sets and delegates the mayor and city manager to be able to move forward with those bonds within those associated parameters. And so we won't find out until CIB, until this Thursday, whether we are awarded or not. But as you look at some of the parameters, you may say, gosh, those seem a little bit high, like, the numbers and the interest rates, but it's because we have flexibility in those as well. So there's a lot of different reasons, and happy to get into details, but our main goal really is to find the city the cheapest and most affordable financing to avoid any future or any, what was the wording, upfront rate increases. I mean, we do know eventually there will be rate increases, but in response to what we're doing with these bonds. And so, as discussed by Russ, he's done a great job going to the Board of Water Resources. 25 years, 0% interest, amazing financing terms right there. We have approached the CIB to potentially and hopefully get the additional 1.5% all loan. Just so you are aware, to kind of set the expectation, the CIB doesn't have as much funds as they've had over the last few years, simply because they are related to the oil and mineral extraction out in the Uinta Basin mostly, and that's kind of been stopped a little bit with the new administration as far as producing new wells and new drilling permits. And so there's just not as much money available. So I have talked to a lot of the board members trying to get our foot in the door, kind of get their response. The ones I've talked to have usually are very positive. They've been mildly positive. And so I think we're going to have a good shot at getting fair terms there. We are going for all loan, which is very helpful for this project and for Heber City, but we are as they call it, a non-contributor to the fund, meaning we don't sign any mineral lease agreements, we don't have any drilling or mineral extraction, so we don't contribute to the fund. And so just be aware there is a big push right now to kind of keep it within the areas that are mostly contributors. But the nice thing is, and the story that we've always said about Heber City is, we may not be a contributor, but we are definitely impacted. And that's because of all the vehicles that take the main street and everything else running through Heber City. And so, I apologize. I'm not sure who exactly is going to be the team on Thursday. I would imagine Russ will be there, maybe Matt or Sarah or some on the board. But we'll put our best foot forward and do our very best to try to get that cheap financing. If we can't get CIB financing, then we do have the flexibility to potentially pursue private financing, which we would bid out. And so it would be a competitive process to try to find that cheapest source as well. But we can obviously update the city council to make sure that they're aware of every step that we're taking along in this process. But these parameters are flexible so that we don't have to keep bugging you with new resolutions. So as long as we're within the parameters set forth for the water, sewer, and the PI bonds, then we can proceed and hold the public hearing, but continue to respond to the city and address any concerns or just give you updates as we move along through each process. So after the parameters are adopted, we will be holding public hearings in October. And then at that point, we'll run through our 30-day contest period so the city could reasonably close any bonds around that mid-October deadline. And I know that's kind of what Russ is thinking as far as needing additional funding prior to the end of the year. So it does give us a little bit, about a month and a half, to be able to go through any flexibility there as well as timing. So I'll go ahead and pause right there before we start jumping into each resolution. Is there any questions or comments, Russ?
I want to just throw this out there. I probably misspoke. The council members said that they supported this as long as there weren't any additional rate increases. There are already rate increases planned that have always been planned that would still take place over the next several years. Those have already been kind of scheduled, budgeted. So I thought I better make that clarification.
Yep.
Russ, can I ask a weird question before we proceed, please? The water bonds going forward, which is great. Not the sewer and the irrigation revenue fund bonds at this point, unless we go, unless CIB says no, and we go private. So if we did not fund the sewer and the irrigation, but did fund the water, that would be kind of worthless, right? Because we're tearing everything up for just the water and we want to do sewer and irrigation at the same time, right? To finish it. So this funding, this extra few, several million that we're looking at, let's see, it's about almost 13, 12.5 million. That's to do the cross streets going north to south on the east side of town, but it's above Center Street, right? It's north of Center Street.
Yeah, it's between 400 south, 400 north and 100 north.
400 north.
Between 100 east and 550, 600.
Right, on the north-south streets, right? Or is it all the, and the east-west streets? Okay. That's a big part that,
That finishes up the
that's a big
entire
part.
east side.
That finishes up the entire east side.
Okay. Okay. Is there any other questions on this first agenda item on the issuance and sale of the 4 million for the water revenue bonds?
And I will just point out on the coverage tables we are using, we are assuming private money. So if we can get CIB money, it's just going to make it look even better. So we're kind of taking a conservative approach, saying like, hey, we may get the hire, so let's go ahead and do that. And your coverage and everything else looks good based off your future projections with water revenues and expenditures.
Well, what I'd like to do is vote on this first, please, Marcus,
Yes, ma'am.
and then we'll go on to the next agenda item, even though they're seriously all combined, which is why I asked what I did. Okay, so council, do you have any questions or motions on resolution 2024-10? And please remember when you make a motion to say as updated, because Marcus has just a few minor corrections that were not included in the agenda packet that wording should cover. So this would be for the issuance and sale of not more than 4 million aggregate principal amount of water revenue bonds, series 2024 and related matters. Questions, comments, motions?
I move that we approve resolution 2024-10, authorizing all the stuff you just said as updated.
Okay. That's great. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Mayor.
Thank you, Sid. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, and Mr. Phillips has recused himself. So we'll start with Mr. Ostergaard.
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes 4-0 to, I don't know how you count the recusal, Trina, or if you do. So that passes 4-0. Okay, Marcus, let's go on to the second agenda item, which is resolution 2024-15, authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than 6.5 million aggregate principal amount of sewer revenue bonds, series 2024, and related matters as updated. Go ahead, Marcus.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So this is kind of repeating myself. Everything applies to all three of these. Same thing. Just to be aware, CIB, we are pursuing the PI and the sewer. So both of those combined with CIB. The water's already been assigned to BWR. So we can get you additional details after this Thursday's meeting to let you know if we were able to procure any type of financing through that government entity. But Mayor's already stated the terms on this. Again, flexibility, assigning the mayor and the city managers the delegated authority to move forward within the parameters set by the city council.
So it includes the CIB or private financing up to that certain interest rate amount that you're projecting.
Yep. And to clarify, we put 6% in there just because that's, I mean, it's an unrealistic thing, but sometimes people will bid serialized. But today in the private market, we're usually between 4 and 4.5% interest rate. So it has gotten better over the past few months, which is good. And it may be even better based off what the stock market did today, which is bittersweet, maybe. So
More bitter than
more
sweet.
bitter than
It
sweet.
sounds
Yeah.
like.
How old you are.
Okay. Council, any
Sweet for young people. That's true.
any other questions, comments, or motions on resolution 2024-15 as updated?
These ones obviously are a little different. So it's authorizing you, Mayor, and Matt to go forward. Is there anything that you are uncomfortable with in what's here for this and the next one? Or anything that you want us to ask or do differently?
No, I guess that 12.5 million is probably very sadly accurate of the inflation costs that we've received, that we've seen in the last few years. And we thought we'd paid for the whole project, but we didn't because of that inflation. And that is, I don't think it's really stopping in the construction industry at this point. What do you think, Russ?
No, inflation is very high. I do want to point out the actual anticipated amount is less. It's around 10.8, but these numbers are inflated just to set the parameters higher.
Mhm. Right, we have flexibility. Right, now this will allow Matt and Marcus to go to market if needed and just go ahead and start selling those bonds as long as they fit into these parameters. So you've got to be comfortable that, okay, I'm willing to pay up to 6% interest if needed. And yes, I'm willing to, go up to the higher amount if needed. If you're not comfortable with it, then I think you can reset the amount to try to go lower, but you really got to consider it now because this is your final approval to go forward.
Mayor, if I just clarify, if we don't get a loan from CIB, we would not sell bonds. We'd go to the private sector to do what's called a private placement
You do the
and
private
competitively
placement.
bid with banks that might be interested in the issuance.
And if there was any way that we were going to be even close to 6%, I'm sure Matt would suggest that we come back and tell the city council kind of what's gone on with the market. If we did have to go the private issuance, as Matt had mentioned, we would generally expect it to be between that 4 and 4.5% level. But again, we put 6% just as kind of a safeguard so we don't have to repeat this process in the off chance that things move. But it's more or less the term, the 32 years. Again, we most likely wouldn't go that high, but we like to just kind of set it flexible and the city council know like, hey, I can depend on my mayor and city manager to make sure that we are getting the best terms, even though we are setting them a little bit broad, but just so we don't have to come back and do another public hearing, another notice, another 30-day contest period in case, because we used to set them a little bit more closer, but obviously things happen. You're like, oh, great, we were 1 year off. Now we have to start this entire process again. So
There's the public hearing next week.
mhm.
I just wonder why it's after a parameters resolution is passed.
So the parameters resolution calls for the public hearing. So you're basically notifying the public, we are planning to issue bonds. And now we want your input based off the bonds that we're planning to issue. And so we're actually going to be holding that on October 1st and then October 15th for the PI or the water bonds, just because BWR has some different requirements that we have to do with some of the water bills. So that's why the public hearings are just a little bit different than each other.
It needs to be after the fact.
Correct. Yeah,
kinda
exactly. I believe there's a 14-day requirement from the date that you adopt the parameters until when you can hold your first public hearing date.
Be before. Okay.
Matt, any concerns on your part?
No, none. This is standard procedure for this type of action.
Okay, I would move that we approve resolution 2024-15 as updated.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Yvonne. Okay, further discussion? All right, let's start with the vote on this end.
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes again 4-0. Thank you. Marcus, the next agenda item is Resolution 2024-16, authorizing as updated the issuance and sale of not more than 2 million aggregate principal amount of irrigation revenue bonds, Series 2024B, and related matters. Please go ahead.
I want to use the phrase rinse, wash, repeat, right? It's verbatim, just different numbers. Obviously, the PI doesn't need as much money as the sewer system, so that's why it's set at the $2 million parameters. Again, the total project's estimated to be closer to 10 million, not the 12.5, but as mentioned before, for flexibility reasons. The only real difference in this one is it says 2024B because there were PI bonds issued this year, so we can't use 2024 again. But outside of that little nuance, there's very similar to the sewer revenue bonds. We don't anticipate any increases due to this. They've already been set, similar with the sewer and the water and everything else that Russ has described as well. So.
Okay, any other questions, comments, and any motions on Resolution 2024-16 is updated?
I'll move that we approve resolution 2024-16 as updated.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sid. Mike, did you have a comment?
No, thank you.
All right, further comments? We'll start on the vote, please.
Yes.
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 Okay, that again passes 4-0. Thank you very much, Marcus.
Perfect.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
sticking with us.
Absolutely. We'll keep you updated on how Thursday goes. And
Mhm.
if there's any questions or concerns, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on agenda item number 4, which is ordinance 2024-21, the Wasatch County Courts Zone Change. It's down at approximately 1361 US Highway, or I should say 1361 South US Highway 40. And Jacob is going to present on this. Is he here to present, Jacob? Okay, I'm sure he'll be here very soon. And thank you. Yeah, Scott Phillips is welcome to join us too. And it looks like we still have Richard online from Wasatch County if anyone has questions also. Or I don't know if he wants to say anything. Jacob, thank you. Are you ready to dive in with us?
Just give me 1 second. Let me open my PowerPoint.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cold and rainy out there.
Cold and rainy, is that what you said? Yeah. Cool. I didn't know it was raining.
So, is this working? So, Wasatch County has applied to change the zone of their county courts from C2 commercial to the institutional public facilities zone. Policy question is, should the city council approve the zone change of property located at 1361 South US 40, Heber City, Utah, from the C2 commercial zone to IPFZ institutional and public facility zone? Staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2024-21 by the city council, as the planning commission has held a public hearing, taken public comment, and forwarded a positive recommendation of the zone change request to the city council. And there were no public comments when we held the public comment.
Okay.
So this is the location and the current zoning. It's quite a large parcel just to the west of the hospital there, right along Highway 40. Currently it's zone C2. This would be the proposed zoning. That singular parcel would be zoned IPFZ. That weird tail that kind of goes off to the right is part of the canal, which the county owns a stretch of the canal there. And it's all just one parcel. Background is Wasatch County is currently going through the process of expanding the county courts. As a part of that process, the county has also applied to rezone this property. County has indicated the desire to rezone more of their properties within the city to a zone that is more conducive to the use and maintenance of public facilities, which is what the zone is designed for. So in my next slide, the proposed amendment is consistent with the zoning as the IPFZ is intended for public facilities such as the county courts. General plan designation for this part of town is South Town Center, which the primary use is regional commercial, office uses, health services, light manufacturing, and tech businesses. Mix of businesses catering to the regional, larger scale needs of Wasatch County, including big box retail opportunities. Staff finds that the requested change is consistent with the general plan, as the county courts are regional office use. So in conclusion, staff recommends the city council approve the requested zone change as the planning commission has held a hearing. Findings, the planning commission held a public hearing on July 23rd, 2024, at which there were no public comments made. Planning commission forwarded a positive recommendation on the same day. Proposed amendment is consistent with section 18.12.120. The proposed amendment is consistent with the general plan. So that's my PowerPoint. I don't know if the applicant, I think, is online, if he has anything to say or questions.
I was just going to say, Richard Breitenbecker, you're more than welcome to come off mute and add anything you'd like.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but Mayor and Council, we appreciate you. And as Jacob mentioned, we're going through the courthouse expansion, and that is not required. It's not necessarily the functional cause for this. We're moving forward with that as C2 zoning. But we thought it would be separately good just to update all the county properties and make sure they match the use and the zoning matches what they're being done with.
Okay,
I'd
thank you
like to
very
go ahead and make a motion if that's okay.
You certainly can. Go ahead. Thank you, Richard.
I'd like to approve ordinance 2024-21 Wasatch County Court Zone Change.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? Any questions?
Yeah, well,
Go ahead, Sid.
again, I had good conversation with Matt about this, and, you know, it's great. I'm for it, but is there any way that we can start working together, county and city, and have facilities that support both of us in the same facility? I don't know if that's an option. It kind of makes sense. I understand that you guys have this out there, but, you know, why do double dip if we can all consolidate?
Oh. Chief, do you want to answer that, or do you want me to give it a shot?
Could you repeat it? I was looking at
Let me take a
Yeah,
shot.
Matt, can
Okay,
you?
go ahead, Matt.
I've had some interest in potentially working with the county to essentially consolidate our court system with theirs. And it kind of makes sense because they're expanding their court facilities, expanding their administration facilities for the courts. And the state's kind of leaning that way with the research they're doing right now on the state's court. And so just an idea I want to share with you. We talk more about it later. It's really not related to this request of the county at all, but simply a conversation I'd like to have with you more in the future.
And that would be the courts only, but not the police. Okay.
Yeah.
So Chief, do you have any answers you want to give on combining or consolidating
The
police?
courts versus,
No, that's actually more common to what I know in how I used to do it. This is actually more something I'm not as familiar with, having the courts separated like that. I think it could work either way.
Mhm. And I had just heard before when we'd had this discussion, Sid, that we still need a certain amount of officers per capita. So even if we did, yes, so even if there was any consolidation with the city and the county, there really wouldn't be cost savings. We still need to keep all of the officers. We'd probably, we still need to keep all the equipment. We still need to keep all the office space. There's not going to be a big cost savings there.
Does it allow the police to utilize that space in that building differently though in the future?
It could allow us to utilize the space
Yeah, I
in
think it
our
does.
building differently, which could be, good for our own city office growth.
Exactly. There's about 8 to 10,000 square feet there that could be used for expansion of other departments. And that's really the impetus behind this, is trying to figure out how we can expand, having to build new facilities or enter leases for more space. That would just be an obvious place to go.
Don't we have to give notice, though, if we ever did want to stop our own justice court? Isn't there like a
Oh
year
yeah,
notice
again,
or
this is just a
something?
notion. We're not seriously going down this path yet, just a
Yeah.
notion. I want to have this conversation with you over the next months or
Well,
year.
and it sounds like we should be having the conversation with the county too, so that we can see what their plans to expand are, and if that is going to
Yeah,
be a
I had this
possibility.
conversation with Dustin Grayball last week during our lunch and floated the idea. And again, he just wants to have more conversation. The devil's in the details, and we're not to the details at all yet.
I don't think Sid was referring to consolidating police and sheriff. It's the courts.
and
Yeah.
that's what I heard. And it sounds like that's kind of common in elsewhere.
Yeah.
And, if.
How do we vote on my motion?
It's not on the agenda. Sorry, you'd have to bring it back. But,
No, how do we vote on the motion already made?
oh, you want to
It's
vote?
already been
All you do
seconded.
is say previous question.
Previous question, please.
Previous question. Okay, let's vote to approve to vote. Because he made the motion for previous question. Sorry, I shouldn't have had you say that. I should have just said, let's vote. Do you want to withdraw your previous question?
Sure, yeah, previous question
Thank you. All right,
withdrawn.
let's just vote. We'll
Yes.
start with you.
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes 5-0. Richard, thank you very much for coming. Thank you, Jacob, for your presentation. Okay, the next agenda item is a Central District Tour and Field Trip Overlay Zone. Matt, we'll turn this over to you, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I am hoping that the council will support doing a little walkabout in our central residential neighborhoods and perhaps even take a little field trip for the sole purpose of engaging in more robust debate, conversations regarding the proposed overlay zone for the downtown. I believe the debate, the discussion will only yield a stronger ordinance, whatever it is that you ultimately decide to adopt in the future. And what I'd like to propose is that we do a walkabout before it gets too cold and snowy. We do it here pretty quick. We have specific places that we walk to. We have subject matter experts that we meet along the way, and potentially take a field trip to one or two places, again, just to facilitate more of a conversation about the overlay zone. So that's the proposal, and hope that you'll support it.
I'd propose that we do that at 4 o'clock on Tuesday, the 17th, as part of our work session.
Don't you want to go to Salt Lake?
It'd be a field trip, so we could do it in separate days. We could do it the same day. We could do it any way it makes sense for your schedules.
So right now you're saying downtown Provo and Salt Lake? Go ahead, Tony.
I don't know if this is John that's online. If it is, please say so, John. John Jansen.
John, if that's you, John, come off
But
mute.
John and I have kind of worked.
It is.
Is that
It
you?
is John.
Okay.
Yeah.
So John and I have worked out a tour that's actually focused on Salt Lake Valley that shows the concepts that are in the Central Heber Overlay Zone district. It also, we are working on a historic district tour as well. And we're going to try to meet with Rachel on Monday to try to ascertain what she's trying to do there. Anything you wanted to add there, John?
Not really. I mean, you did discuss the two possibilities, walking around the main street and the neighborhoods, and then a variety of places in the Salt Lake Valley. And as Matt said, we could bring in some of the local planners that might have more familiarity with some of the sites too.
Aaron has a question.
Yeah, general feedback. I think it's a great idea. I appreciate staff. Let's make this easier to understand what we're talking about. I would want 2 or 3 things. Actually, I want 3 things if we do that. First is, and it should be obvious, but we need to invite planning commission folks because their last meeting about this was long and detailed and really, really hard to hear. So I'd like to give them an opportunity to come back and talk to the council about what they found. Second, I think it does make sense. I appreciate that you're reaching out to Rachel already. She's got some really good ideas about, this is Rachel Kaler we're talking about historic preservation and historic buildings. She's done a lot more work quicker than I thought she would recently. And then the third thing is, no matter what we do, I'd hope that we can understand where we're going maybe in advance, or at least take pictures of where we go so that we can have some public record of what we saw, what we talked about there. So that if the public wants to go to that address and see what we saw, they can do so. So for what that's worth, I think it's a great idea. I would not be able to make it on at 4 o'clock on the 17th. I have no idea what the deal of 4 o'clock on the 17th is, but I couldn't come. I won't be here. I'll be in Seattle, but you can still go. But and this reminds me, and I don't know a better way to ask for this, but as I mentioned, the sound of the recording of the meeting that the planning commission had was awful. I listened to the entire thing. I tried my best to understand it. Thankfully, Tori, I could hear you. I could sometimes hear Jamie. I could sometimes hear Dave Richards, but not really. It was really, really bad. And I would love some kind of way to hear back from the planning commission what they discussed, because they had some good thoughts and insights on that whole zone change, and I couldn't find it myself. I tried as a member of the public. I could not understand the conversation. So I don't know what we do differently, because they had the meeting and I wasn't able to attend in person, and I tried online and I couldn't figure it out. And I actually cared to try, which means that anybody that had less care there probably got even less out of the meeting.
Certainly historic preservation was brought up, and that was one of the concerns. What else was there?
I'd be interested to hear, for instance, like what the planning commission thought generally about the approved, the C conditional P permitted changes in the ID area of the zone overlay, for instance. One of the ones that I had a concern about, which is, do we go straight to a blanket approval on all of those changes in the infill district. And I don't know what they said because I
And
couldn't
they
hear it.
certainly did give us some direction. John, I know, took notes, and I apologize. I only remember the historic district discussion. I can't remember the specific changes that they talked about. For probably half a dozen, but we can get those and get those to you.
Perfect.
Okay.
I think that'd make it more beneficial to go on the walking tour to understand.
Or just
where
to
everybody
have
else
them
is
show
going.
up and say, okay, this is our concerns, which is great. That's a great suggestion, Aaron.
Could we make it a virtual thing where we're given some streets to go look at with some bullet points about that street? So we just can do it on our own time?
We can facilitate that. I'm hoping that you'll go as a group to dialogue and debate and discuss, but we can certainly make this work any way you want it to.
It's better to talk.
So Yvonne and Mike.
I was just going to say, I actually went to Matt and spoke with Matt and met with Jamie and Matt and Ryan about this concern. This is something that has been on the minds of the citizens when they heard our last meeting in regards to zone changing and infill and that discussion. And part of the concern is that we have a lot of historic homes in our community, and there's always two sides of, should we take everything and just bulldoze everything down and start all new and forget where we came from and kind of eliminate our history. And I also received calls from Rachel Kaler as well and from CAMS and their concerns as well going forward. And I think that it's important that we understand, and I appreciate that Matt and Jamie were able to share with me some thoughts that they have had. And one of those was trying to get us to maybe look at things in a way where we can see where it's been done right and maybe where it's not been done so well. And by doing that, excuse me, and by doing that, we kind of have a better vision of what we would like to see in the downtown area. It's a big, this is something that is very concerning. Not, it shouldn't even say concerning, but it's the thing that I really would like us to take our time on. I know that things like to move quickly and we like to get answers and get things finished and let's zone and move forward. But I think it's important that we do take the time to go to this tour and to see everything. And like Matt said, to have the discussion, because this is our home. This is the heart of our community. And if we are pushing for this whole downtown living room space, everything that we have said so far up to this point, all the tours that we've taken out of state and so forth, and combining all of that to try and find our identity, we cannot do that if we start eliminating and removing the very core of who we are, and that's our historic district. So I'm hoping that this is something that we will be amiable to as a council and take this seriously and understand how important this is, not just to some of us, but to many individuals in the community and their concerns for history, what we have here.
Right. Well, I think it came out in the well-being survey too.
Yes.
People want to keep that character,
Town feel.
that small town feel, and it does make you wonder how that can be preserved given
And
other.
I'll go to the meeting that we had recently over at the public safety building with, oh my goodness.
Tony?
Just
The
with,
housing one?
with the
About
housing,
that-
yes, it
what
was the
about that,
housing.
Jason?
ordinance that the historic
Yes, with Jason.
preservation did, but never was passed, right? Or was it?
It was passed, yes.
So a few years ago, we did put in place an ordinance about historic preservation. And
But not, we didn't designate a district. I think Rachel Kaler wants a district.
Interestingly, so we adopted a historic a cultural heritage district or something is what it was called. And there's some suggestions of
suggestions.
when redevelopment happens, this should happen. When you remodel a house, you should do this. And it intentionally says should, because it's not a historic district. Because to do a historic district, it's actually very involved, and you need a certain percentage of the people that own property there to actually in writing agree that they agree to a district. So it's not something that the council can just say, historic district, boom, ordinance 2012.
Exactly. I
So,
know that.
so it's a
We
bigger
realize that.
detailed thing, but Rachel has it, and I think it's a starting point, and that's kind of what Mike Moulton was kind of promoting was, well, let's have a starting point. Let's do a cultural heritage district, I think is what it's called, and so we at least have some criteria that we can start with.
Yeah. And what I was going to say is part of that we passed was suggestions, like you'd said, or opportunities for people who buy properties that are considered historic to, keep them and remodel them, but not forcing them to do so, because in some instances it's way more cost to do that than to rebuild. And we're talking like major issues like cracks down the center of the foundation that run all the way through the building and things that have to be torn down. So it was offering a way for people to keep buildings if they'd like to, or if it just was not feasible to do that, to redevelop that property.
I agree with you, but I think part of the issue is that we need to be a little bit cleaner on our language than in that case, because a contractor can come in and say, well, this is just not doable. I just can't because it's going to cost me more. But basically, it's not feasible for them because it's less to just raise an historic building and put something that will bring them more revenue for them. And I think that that's something, it has been done across the country. There are many areas that have done that.
And you're right, Yvonne, there are people that actually want to preserve buildings, even though they may not make as much money because of the look and feel of the building, like the 512 South Main that Rachel mentioned in the email earlier today.
Is that the new lawyer office?
No, it's the old, it's across from.
Oh yeah, they're trying to do a quilt shop there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm so glad because we were concerned about that when we took our Main Street tour with, what was her name from a year ago? When we took the tour with them and they said it was from the state. It was actually the State Historic Office director. I can't remember his name, but he said that is something, those are the buildings you want to protect. Those are the ones that you want to have some type of ordinance protecting the historical buildings, because this is a beautiful building. It's something that can be used in the future. And he shared with us the story of Liberty Park, where there is an old 1800s turn of the century building that has been used as a cafe, and it is the darling, if you will, of the neighborhood, because people are more willing to go there. And he says, while other buildings that have been raised further down are not doing as well. They have constant, tenants in and out because they can never do what they're doing, which is bring that home about. And I think that's all that this is. And I appreciate this effort, because I think that's all we're trying to do is just try and find a way to keep that hometown feel. And in that meeting, that's exactly what Scott House said, that the reason that he did not return back to Summit County or to our neighbors is that he said that this was where he and his family felt that hometown feel. They felt like they were at home. They felt that there was more of a camaraderie, and we need to keep that vision, if you will. So I appreciate this, and I'm all for this. So I'm hoping that everyone else will be too.
If I can quickly finish my thought.
And then I'll have a thought, if I can, Mayor.
Is that there's already been a lot of groundwork done, a lot of work done on the subject. And Rachel didn't even know that we had the ordinance. I guess she'd missed that meeting or something. So she's on board with that being kind of the foundation. So we don't need to start from scratch. And I definitely agree. I'd like to encourage people that are buying properties to, keep the historic, but there's only, the historic, like quote unquote historic buildings we can number. There's a lot that are old that are not good to keep. So maybe if we take a tour, that might be something we look at is, the difference between just an old building and one that's worth trying to preserve.
Can we just kind of focus on some dates right now? You want to do a downtown walking, you want to do Provo, you want to do Sugar House, right? So I don't know if it's feasible to do Provo and Sugar House in the same day, but what are you
The
thinking?
concept that we had, Mayor, is that we would do all of our tours in Salt Lake Valley. I don't think
Just in
we'd,
Salt Lake Valley?
yeah. Salt Lake has a historic district that we can look at. We can get an expert there. They have examples of new townhomes, alley development, infill, duplexes, triplexes, all that type of stuff that we can look at. It's all fairly close. There was also a question in the Planning Commission, actually, that Tori brought up, in that what is this mansion home thing? And so I haven't found a great neighborhood of them yet, but I'm pretty sure we can find some mansion style homes up in the avenues up by the Capitol. We'll find some places there, but I think we can do all we need in Salt Lake Valley. I just don't know how much time we'll need. As far as the Heber City tour, I think a couple hours would be fine. I think what we need to do is look at the districts that are proposed and kind of the areas, like within one block of Main Street, we're kind of envisioning the mixed use and the commercial. From there, we drop down in intensity. And let's look at the historic buildings. Let's look at the good historic buildings and the ugly historic buildings. And I think it would be great if we could all be there. I think there's something to be said of ideas flowing when we're all together as a group, but that's my thoughts.
Make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Sid.
I have two. First is we need to be, I'm going to caution council to be not so restrictive. Our neighbors to the north in their historic district, they have, like Scott mentioned, structures that are condemned, but you have to preserve them. So we need to be strategic in what we are dedicating or trying to preserve, because feasibly it doesn't make sense. So I've worked on projects where we took off the whole facade and stored it and built the building and put the facade back on. Is that feasible? So we just have to be really, really conscious of what we are dedicating historic, and if it's feasible, and is it truly is historic. The second thing is, this is awesome if we can do this. This will give us hands-on, foot on ground, touching and seeing and feeling what certain areas are. And if we can do that down in Salt Lake and provide that, it'll give us a great insight from, our,
Well,
I'm wondering,
yeah,
you
but
said not Provo City.
so
he's
So
changing.
let me address that. So when I drafted this last week, in my mind's eye, it was Provo. And I said, Tony, you run with this, you make it happen.
I
So
think Salt Lake's better
yeah,
for the fact
so
that
my
it
staff said
has
the same.
more historic, it has more stuff that we need to understand.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, if everybody, and Aaron, it was great, let's invite planning commission, let's invite staff, let's invite everybody that has a part in this. So we can, so we can just sit there and really talk about it, because it is a concern, basically what you said. Planning commission, they spent, a long time on this, and people want to know, and we need to know as counselors.
I do wonder if a Saturday might work for people to be off work and go instead of a weekday,
I like
or maybe
Saturday.
an evening.
I do too.
I like Saturday a lot.
I don't.
Maybe a Saturday morning.
I recommend Friday, the 20th from 9 to noon
Sorry, I'm taken.
and noon to 2.
Well, let me suggest this, Mayor and Council.
Come back a
If
couple of
there
times.
is sufficient interest, I will have Trina work with you on a Survey Monkey to figure out what works for you. This is really about your field trip, your walking tour. And let's work it that way rather than have to figure out a time right now.
Well, it's going to be really hard with the planning commission too, but I would agree that we should get as many people there as
Amen.
possible.
And CAMS and so forth, and Historic Society, all of them.
Okay, is that enough for that one? Are we good?
I think walking is going to not get us a lot of places. And I wonder what about bike riding? Yeah, in Heber. Or having a van, because honestly, I mean, we could walk and walk, but you don't see a lot of things walking unless we really walk a long ways for a long time.
So I've got a pretty good agenda on Salt Lake.
If you think walking, no, I'm talking Heber.
So yeah, on Heber, I haven't put this on paper yet, but I've been thinking the Center Street block that your offices are on. And I was thinking, since we're talking about the alley, I was thinking about walking from the park along the approximate corridor of the alley where we'll see some good and some bad of historic buildings. And then I was also wanting to go westward a couple of blocks, maybe along Center Street when we get to Center, so that we can look at the transition from commercial to residential. We can look at some good historic homes, some bad historic homes, and and anything in between. So I was only thinking like about 3 to 4 blocks at most. But
Access to where that alley is, or is that private property?
well, most of it's fairly open, and we can walk most of it. Much of it is parking lots.
Also, it's public access with parking and ingress, egress.
And the reason I think that's important is because if we are talking about what's in the general plan, you could be talking a significant amount of destruction of historic buildings. And that's one option. On the other option is, well, let's preserve what we have and we'll make a makeshift alley like I showed at the annual retreat. What are we going to do? Well, we need to know. If we're going to bulldoze stuff, we need to know. If we're going to preserve, we need to know what we're going to do. And so I think that's important for us to look at, as well as the transition and making sure that we understand the fabric of the community if we're trying to respect the historic fabric with redevelopment.
It might be slightly harder to find a specific example, but I'd like to see both for Heber, a potential spot, and a Salt Lake having actually been built spot of where a multi-unit flag lot has been developed. So Heber specifically, I know there are places, but if you haven't seen one, I think it'd be beneficial to look at one and see what we're talking about, because one of my primary concerns with the ID area was all of the P permitteds for the flag lot and the multiple units in the flag lots. I worry about having a P there because I worry that, and I don't think I'm incorrect, but I worry that there will be developers that begin to hound residents of these types of flag lots
and that's exactly what we do have flag lots, several of them. In fact, even close to John's house, John Jansen. So,
Sorry.
What, John?
Mill Creek has a lot of flag lots, double flag lots, lots on a private right of way, townhouses, and Salt Lake has a variety of those also. So we can look at all of that.
Okay.
Do they use the zero lot line, John?
I'd have to look at some of those closer. I'm not sure it's something that a lot of the communities in the valley have, but right now, the ones that Tony and I talked about so far, I don't think there's a zero lot line in there, but I will check. I can find that out.
Yeah, we'll see if we can find one to go look at.
That's a big difference. Okay, anything else, Tony, John, Matt?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yep.
All right, we're ready for the last agenda item, everyone, the city manager agreement. Cherie, do you want me to turn this over to you or over to Scott?
Cherie.
I can take it.
Okay, thank you.
She's been here all this time. She needs to.
Well, thank you. This is an important item, I think. We, a couple councils ago, were asked to look at survey data of, actually it was for all of our Heber City employees, but not quite ready with everybody. So I thought I would just tackle the top first. Can we, let's see, can we go to the, will you do it? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we surveyed about 16 different, or rather, an organization called Wasatch Comp Group surveyed 16 different entities that included Wasatch County, Park City, Mill Creek, Summit County, Orem, Cottonwood Heights, West Jordan, Pleasant Grove, Provost, Spanish Fork, Lehigh, Draper, Saratoga Springs, Murray, American Fork, and Springville. So cast a wide net. They all came back actually with an average wage for city manager or city administrator of $208,293, and their maximum range average was $237,747. And right now, Heber City has a city manager that earns $197,879. Oh yeah, thank you, Russ. Oh yeah, that's good. Can you scroll down just a little bit? So the evaluation points, just so you know, evaluation points are based on the criteria of duties, responsibilities, and project management of a city manager. So if you look at our minimum rate comparison, we're a little below the survey minimum, and then we scroll down a little bit more, Russ. And then I want to show you the maximum. A little bit more. Okay, yes, my funny slide. So you can't see because it's cut off on the bottom, but it's showing that we're trending 5.73% less than the other cities that we surveyed. And our city manager, Matt, has been here for at least, he's been here 6 years, and he's actually not quite to the minimum or the midpoint. The midpoint would be closer to 200,000, and he's at 197, but the actual average is 208,293. So I would recommend that we increase that base rate of pay, if you scroll up a little bit, Russ, to at least the actual average of some of our surrounding communities of 208, 293, which would be a difference of 11,000 in the base pay. Questions?
We're only changing a salary range?
We would change the range and the rate of pay. So this spreadsheet that you're looking at right now, these are the comparisons of the 16 different entities. And the actual average was the 208, 293, which I think is appropriate. You could even make an argument to go a little higher than that, given the depth and breadth of the knowledge and responsibilities that Heber City Manager has. Right now, Heber City tops out, so our maximum is 225. And you can see there are some other entities that are significantly higher.
So you're proposing we change the actual to the 208, 293 and the range maximum to 237, 747 based on the averages of the entities.
Correct. That's correct.
What is aged 1% at 5?
So
2 at 5%?
that's a great question. That is survey data that, so last update is when the entities added their data. And if they hadn't added it, then it's aged 5% based on how many years. So let's see.
Oh, so this is, it's assuming an increase that they didn't necessarily communicate because we haven't heard recently.
So I mean, it's not exact, but
Got it.
We aged it at about 5%.
Mike has a question. I have a question.
I'm not opposed to this. I think you've done a good job. Would this start when?
Well, Sarah hates the word budget amendment, but if we wanted to do it sooner rather than later, or we could wait until the next fiscal year, I think that just depends on the council's appetite.
That's my question, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Where would this come from in the budget, Sarah? Would this come from surplus or where do you think? Budget surplus. Okay, go ahead, Yvonne.
I think you do a great job, Matt, but I kind of wish we didn't have the pressure of looking at you and saying, no, I'm just kidding. At this point, I do feel though that I would prefer that we wait until the next, I'm not saying no to the amount. I'm just saying I would prefer to do it the right way and wait until we have the next discussion and for the next budget. And that would be my recommendation going forward.
Your motion then?
That, I don't know if it's a motion as much as it is just a comment that's what I would prefer. And I think that that's fair enough. And going forward, I think that would be best to wait until then. So the 208 at the next, which will be when?
That would start next July.
Next fiscal year?
Next fiscal
July
year.
1,
So that's
2025?
July, not until July or, okay,
That's next fiscal year.
okay. All right.
I need to know if that's a discussion or if that's a motion.
I'm just saying, I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything differently.
Me too.
Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
I appreciate having you in the room. It makes it easier to actually have this conversation. I think Matt does a great job. I'm glad to have this detail. I know if we'd had this detail a couple of months ago and we had budgets, we'd have talked about it then. We didn't. So we do now. And I am not willing to look at that number and see those ranges and look at those averages and then say, Matt, we value you, but not at average for the next year. That doesn't make any sense. So I would be leaning toward making the change immediately.
I was just going to say, part of why I brought this up was Matt goes to bat for his staff every single year on what we pay them. And he's never once talked about what we pay him. And I think with what's happened in the world in the last 3 years, as we can see, his pay has dropped behind where it should be. And everything we discuss in meetings is because of the vision he's brought to the city with the 2050 envision, with what we've been doing and trying to do the downtown area, the CRA, just all of these ideas, and where we are now is due to him. So I would definitely support putting this into action now. And thank you for your work in getting us those numbers.
Any other comments, questions? Sid?
Yeah. So I met Matt, it was probably a year when Mayor Potter, you were first hired. I came and introduced myself and said, hey, we need to do this. And all of a sudden Matt started doing it. So again, he's very progressive in the way he thinks, and he's always thinking about the future. And as a city manager, I've worked with other city managers, I've been around other city managers, and city managers here, sorry if you're on, weren't that way. We're so lucky to have Matt as a city manager of Heber. And again, 100%, 1000%, I would do it now.
So Sarah, don't you need a public hearing for a budget amendment?
Yes, can I just yell that?
Yes, please.
But we do that, we'll do that shortly.
I understand, but you've got to notice it and all of that. And so that would that mean the next meeting or would that mean in October? That's what I'm wondering.
I think you can make the change after the budget. I mean, before, you can make the change now, and it can be part of the budget amendment. We do that often, actually. We have unexpected expenses come up, and we can't always wait until a budget amendment, and we often will pay things, and then we present it to you, and if you say no, then we have to go back and figure out how to work with our.
I understand.
Budget.
Just checking. Just checking. Okay. Mike, did you have a?
Yeah, I wasn't prepared to speak. I actually didn't read this, so I didn't know this was coming, and I just wanted to be circumspect. and deliberate. I absolutely think Matt Brower, our city manager, is well above average performance. He works tirelessly, and I do support paying him a proper, just like all employees. I really think that's important. I think we have excellent employees, excellent staff, and I don't think we want to lose any of them, including everybody here. So I like that we're looking at this for everybody, but if we're starting with at the top, I'm okay. I'm good with that too. And I do support your recommendation to change the range and to move him currently to the average, even though I think he's above average. But that will give him room to grow too, and as he works towards the max. So I do support this. And I know it doesn't really matter to me when we start it. We could pick October 1st.
I don't think anyone would dispute Matt's iron energy of work ethic. It's second to none.
This is what it's going to be about. We're not going to be able to get him through the door. It's not going to happen.
Before he tells us not to do it, which is what he's just going to do, I'd like to make a motion. And
May I please? I'm going to complicate your motion really quick. Yeah.
Sure.
You know I'm a great football fan, and quarterbacks can't perform without great running backs and great receivers in a line that will protect them. If you are going to increase my salary, what I'd like you to do is just give me half of it and let me take the other half and share it between my lead team. As a way of me thanking them for blocking, for catching, and for running backs. Really, the success is about them and what they do, not so much me.
Now there's the Matt we all know. There you go.
I have a motion on that.
I don't think we can say that actually, because that's not what the motion says.
Yeah, I like that. That's true. Yeah, I like that idea.
I have a motion that we increase Matt's salary to the recommended amount of 208,293 with a maximum of 250,000. And then we also allocate $6,000 for his A team.
Clarification super quick. What you were asking for was 208 and then 237, not 250, right? Do you want to make,
No,
you're
I
intentionally
increased
raising
that.
it?
Yes. We live in a very expensive place.
The 6,000, can I just ask a point of clarification, please? Who's your lead team that you would disperse that to?
We have 15 people on the lead team, right? Ish.
Department heads? So that's.
So I'd like to amend my motion to 7,500 so each can have $500 raise.
Is that,
Can that be in
Jeremy,
the same motion?
because it's wasn't on the agenda for the pay increase on the other people, what do you think?
I think it's all right. It was Nancy's offering to give away part of it.
The motion was not to give it away. The motion was to change it and allocate 7,500. That's why we're wondering.
That's what I was wondering.
I second that.
Still, you could have just made that $7,500 more.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second by Scott Phillips and Mike Johnston. Is there further discussion? And then did anybody want to say when this starts?
I'd like my motion to start October 1st.
Clarification in case it changes the motion. Do we need to say something about, I know it's technical and I'm sorry, but about distributing funds as long as they're in good standing and whatever else is part of their payroll so that it's not a discrimination thing? I would think we probably need some wording there, but I don't know.
I would think it would be merit-based. If someone has warnings or performance issues, then that would obviously be impacted or they wouldn't qualify.
I'd like to amend my motion to be able to distribute the 7,500 to those that qualify per Cherie's recommendations.
Can I just suggest that it start in the first full pay period in October so our payroll staff doesn't lose their minds?
I'd like to adjust my motion again, that this begins in the first full payroll period of October, so the financial staff doesn't lose their minds.
Second
I'll
set?
second that. Definitely the last part.
Okay, any further comments, questions, motions?
Wait a minute. So is it at 23747? I didn't hear, or what are we doing?
208.
208 is, and then it's the rack range maximum.
250,000 is the max.
250.
For the max.
Oh,
That's over time.
over time.
That's the target to get to one day.
Okay. Okay.
Which would take a minute if we're doing like 3% merit increases and then
I see
COLA.
what you're saying. Okay, I understand.
Gives
So
upward-
that's,
upward
that comes
mobility.
with the COLA and as they go through, okay. I see what you're saying. I understand now. Got it. Okay.
Sometimes private businesses will do a ratio of what their CEO is paid, compared to the lowest wage or the other ranges. I'm interested in knowing what that average is or what that ratio is, just because I'm pretty sure we're going to be asked that.
Okay.
So thank you for
Yeah.
trying to get that figured out too.
Sure.
Okay, are we ready for the vote? Let's start on this end.
Yes.
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 Okay, that passes 5-0. Okay, we're going to move on now, please, to the communication items. Matt, what do you have, please?
I got a few things, Mayor, but first, thank you. I appreciate your confidence in me and the work that I do so much. Thank you. It means a lot. A couple things. First is recall in July, there was a joint meeting with all the municipalities in the area. And the goal of the meeting was to draft a letter that would be jointly signed by everyone and be sent to UDOT. Had a meeting with Paul Sweat and Dustin Grayball last week, and the recommendation is that we just each send our own letter to UDOT. We no longer worry about getting a single letter signed by everyone. We just send our own. Paul Sweat's already said that he's going to do that. Dustin's going to use a different letter from the county. I want to make sure that everyone's here is comfortable with that little pivot, rather than waiting to get everyone on board, that we just simply get our letter, which is already signed by you, off to UDOT so they can receive that.
And then do we know about the status of Midways?
Scott, can you speak to that? I think you reached out to them.
Yeah, I've spoken to a couple Midway City Council members and just discussed, and we were drafting this letter. I mean, Midway's letter was basically just saying, this is the route we want, pretty much. And that was what UDOT asked us not to do. So hopefully they come back and are able to sign the letter we had already drafted, but I don't know if that's will happen or not. I think it's okay to submit it just on our own and hope that Midway signs it. And no, Charleston signed it and the school district signed it. So
if there's no reservations with that, I'll see that letter sent off as soon as we possibly can.
So are we combining with the school district, Charleston, Heber, the ones that have signed the letter already? Or are we just
Paul wants to send his
it's separate? Okay.
separately.
just saying the letter with their signature pages separately.
Yeah.
Same letter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
But have you discussed with Midway? Has anybody else discussed? Did you say you did discuss
I
with
did,
them?
yeah. There's no response back affirmatively yet.
Okay. So they're just planning on doing their own. I just want everybody out there in TV land to hear that.
I don't know. I mean, they are going to take it back to their meeting.
Okay.
They did do their own, but
In Wasatch County
Wasatch County,
Waiting, as far as I
they're
remember.
waiting.
for Midway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. The next one is, I want to give you an update on the airport. UDOT and the FAA put up just over $5 million to purchase the 2 5-acre lots. That closed last week. It's been deeded to us. And so we are now the owners of the 2 lots at the end of runway 4. If you recall, the airport master plan identified 9 parcels that need to be purchased. These are the 2 most important, as if you recall, they were looking to be developed as commercial lots. And this became a priority of the FAA to get these purchased. They would not develop as commercial lots. So that has been closed, has been deeded to the city, and it is now Heber Airport property.
It was in Daniel.
It is in Daniel, yes.
So, okay. So when they're deeded to the city and they're in Daniel, Daniel had a commercial zone on them, that stays.
Their zoning can stay, but the limitation is going to be the FAA. They're going to see this, according to the master plan, as runway protection zone, which will limit what can go there, which is pretty much nothing.
So you had said in the email to me today that it was deeded as open space. Where's that agreement,
It,
please?
it goes back to the FAA's requirements as runway protection zone. That will not allow for any development to take place in it. So by default, it's going to be open space.
So I probably others could be interested in that contract too. I'd like to see what the contract says, just because I'd like to see that wording. That's all.
It's in the master plan and the airport layout plan. That's essentially,
Contract from the FAA.
oh yeah, absolutely.
That's
Absolutely
the
happy to
one
do
I'm
it.
interested in.
Okay.
Can absolutely nothing happen, or could it be turned into something that the high school can raise those, what were those birds on, or can it be turned into
This
a
is considered the
pocket
runway
park or
protection
anything?
zone, which is the area which has the most FAA restrictions on it in terms of what you can and can't do on it. And the reason it's that way is because if there's an accident at the airport, it's likely to be at the end of the runways when aircraft are coming in or taking off. And so recall during the master planning process that the 9 parcels the FAA identified, these were their 2 most important because of the pressures to purchase these and develop them commercially. They did not want commercial developments at the end of this runway. And the reason being is they didn't want people aggregating there as jets were taking off or airplanes taking off and landing.
My question is, is it literally no development, or can it turn into the type of open space that people could enjoy?
It's up to the FAA.
Okay,
And
probably
again,
not then. That's
again,
good.
there's
Or good
several
enough.
areas around the runway that are different levels of protection. This being at the end is the runway protection zone, which has the most restrictions on it in terms of what the FAA will or will not allow there.
Plane needs to
Not,
be able
not
to
concerned,
ditch there.
just curious.
Yeah, plane needs to be able to ditch there, so you can't build anything.
There are 2 homes on it that we now own. I might mention that Mark Rounds has indicated a need for storage. He and Travis are going to go out there and see if we can use those homes for storage and see if that's something that we can leverage for the benefit of the Parks Department.
That's right on Highway 189.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That is kind of like a
Mhm.
modular type
Yep.
home.
Yep.
The trees are dying there. That's why I'm asking
Yes, they
about
are.
it.
And they've been out, the owners have been out since July 1. The FAA required that the leases for the rental of those property be brought to an end and the tenants be left, shoot out. That took place on July 1 in order for this transaction to take place.
And they're not
Yep.
watering it there.
I think so.
But are we just going to leave it to be an eyesore? Or are we going to raise it?
That's my concern. I just don't want us to leave, I don't want it to leave
Agreed.
it to Daniel as an eyesore to the entrance of their town.
I was
Agreed.
thinking, raise it and make it alfalfa.
So Travis and Mark are going to go out there. They're going to assess it. They're going to walk through it and see if there is some legitimate storage areas. If there's not, I've told Travis I do not want a boarded up house. It looks bad, and we don't want homeless breaking into it and using it as a place to stay. If we need to call the fire department, have a large weenie roast, and let them kind of do a practice burn, we might do that. But we share your concerns. We do want to make sure it is.
The runway, that might be a problem.
We have to close it for an hour. We have to close it for an hour. So.
What's the other house?
You guys told me so we wouldn't mind using them for some practice entries and stuff.
Okay.
Just break out your guns too.
Sure.
You'll be the perp
Second house?
they're looking for.
There's 2 lots. The first house you've seen from the roadway, there's a second house on the second lot that sits further back off 189. You can see it.
It's not the Bunkers house across from the Public Works transfer station.
No.
This one here.
Can I move to adjourn the meeting yet?
A few more quick ones.
Okay.
Just a heads up, the CRA meeting with the school board is right now set for September 24th. I think it's 5 o'clock. I'll verify that. Recall when you met with the board several months back, they asked for some information. They asked for some support in educating constituents who may not know a lot about the CRA. Ryan just texted me and indicated that the videos, there's 3 of them, will be done probably tomorrow. The website is done. We're developing cut sheets for each of the projects that we anticipate to be funded by the CRA. They'll be done by end of week. And so what we're going to do is release these to Paul Sweat here probably next week so they can have them before you go and meet with them on the 24th. So just a heads up, all those items you requested are near done. They're going to be given to the school board next week. So we'll have them before you meet with them on the 24th.
And the county, because the county wanted the same. Although the school board talked about it, the county asked.
We'll give it to the county as well. Absolutely. And then lastly is the Utah League of Cities and Towns is tomorrow and Thursday. I'll be there for those 2 days. Hopefully I'll see many of you there as well. It's important training. And Mayor, that's all I have.
On the 24th, Matt, do we expect, Are we expecting a presentation type discussion, or are we expecting to sit around a table and just talk about things?
I spoke with Mike today about that very strategy. Paul has asked that Mike be a lead spokesman. I suspect it will be more of a discussion. They'll have had a chance to look at all these items we delivered, but I think it's going to be more of a discussion than it will be a presentation.
That's good.
I don't know if we can count on them to go review everything before we show up for discussion. I think they might want an executive summary to some degree.
We could whip one up.
Just do a bullet point or whatever.
We can. The information we're going to give them is going to be pretty self-explanatory. The website, the videos, cut sheets, it's going to be pretty packaged nicely, ribbon on it. So.
Aaron, you had some comments.
Yeah, I just had two quick ones. And Chief, I'll get with you in a second, but just council, just want to make you aware. If you go on Airbnb right now and you look over in that area she described, there are two homes that both say the same thing, that say, if I can find, Sleeps 18. So both of them say Sleeps 18. And if you scroll down, it says amount of people over that is an additional $50 per person per day. So not only are they advertising 18, they're saying that they can do more. Both of them do say 6 cars. One of the three, there's 3, both of them say, sorry, there's 3 total that are over there like this. 2 of them say 6 cars. One of them says 4 cars, no street parking, must be in driveway and garage. So there's one that is complying with the idea. If you already looked them up, I just wanted to, they're actively advertising right now for 18 plus people party houses.
You can certainly send them a letter.
We might be able to use reviews as evidence.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. Next thing, and I appreciate it's probably not a communication. I probably could have just sent an email, but I alluded earlier that I try my best to listen to every stinking meeting in this room. And I tried hard to listen to 2 recently and couldn't hear anything. And I don't understand why. And so the question is to city or to staff, do we need to invest in different microphones? Do we need to invest in a different system? Do we need to do some different types of testing? I don't know what it is. Something has to change, because I tried to answer some of the questions from Truth and Taxation with video clips to people that were online, and I couldn't make it out. So I couldn't do that. And I think we're doing the public a disservice, let alone me when I can't be here.
I was on remote. I couldn't stay
It's
on.
really bad. Whoever's here generally is.
So the sound's all going through that computer.
Yeah, well, and you can hear that one, and you can generally hear that one. But man, everybody else, some meetings we look at them and it sounds great. Sometimes they're awful. And I listened recently to the UAMPS meeting. I listened to the UAMPS meeting, and I realized they might have different budgets. I assume they do. They have different microphones though. They're in front of them. They push a button when it's their turn and it turns theirs on. It's really loud. They turn it off otherwise. You can hear every single pin drop in that room. It's just so much easier to get back to it. Trina reached for her like she's got the answer.
Can we look into possibly?
Even our last city council meeting that we had trouble live with people hearing it, the recording is fine. I don't know what happened to the planning commission meeting, but I did reach out to Anthem tonight because Sarah let me know that she was listening downstairs and couldn't hear. And so I asked Anthem if we could replace these mics. I feel like very rarely do we have trouble with your mics up here either.
Truth and Taxation, you can't hear us at all.
Yeah. I just did the minutes on Truth and Taxation based on the recording.
But why is he hearing something that you do? Why can't you see what I mean?
Is it because when we transfer it
Maybe it's when they
into
upload it differently.
for the community? Yeah, on the community page, if that's something different. Because I've had people also complain that saying that, oh, I couldn't hear you. You guys are, it's all garbled or whatever, obviously.
So anyway, I bring it up as communication because I don't know where the problem is, but we got to find the problem.
Right. And
I don't know if we need some extra money, or I don't know if it's the microphones being replaced. At the UAMPS building, there are no remote microphones like this. Every one of them has a cable and they're on the ground in little rubber protectors, but they work every single time. So
I'd like to move to adjourn the meeting.
Hang on.
I was going to say,
Can we talk about that after?
We're going to redouble our efforts to figure that out. It's a problem. We got to solve it.
Move to adjourn.
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron, for bringing that up. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye. Thanks, everybody.
It's a day of service here in the city.
Yep. Forgot about that.
9 a.m., 9 to noon.
What projects did they select?
I think they've got about 7 or 8
There's
projects.
quite a few.
Airport cleanup. I saw the list, but I don't remember. It was a good list. I thought it was a good list of projects.
You know, if the wall out here, polyethylene, the wall out here, you know if that was one of them? Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that. But hey, let's add it in.